my microphone on. Sorry, Susan. Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting, our regular meeting of May 23rd, 2023. If you can, will you please rise with us and pledge to our flag? Supervisor Stopper, can you please lead us?
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We don't have anything to read out from closed session from the last meeting. It was okay. You announced it at the last meeting. Okay, so we will move on to staff announcements. And I see Lisa has an announcement and Judy. You guys want to fight for the first one?
I'm too fast. I got up here first. Good morning, Chair Tuffanelli, respected board members, members of the public. Lisa Medina, Environmental Management Agency Administrator and Environmental Health Director. So I have one brief announcement for our Animal Services Department. Our next free rabies clinic and microchip clinic will be held on Saturday, June 10th. Dr. Kathy Gatlin is our veterinary doctor that will be attending the event, and we're looking forward to that. So we hope to see everybody there, and maybe there will be some chocolate at that event. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. Today, I am bringing to you some information on how we are trying to grow our internship program and work experience for our younger generation. So admin came to HR with an idea of having student summer interns. And so in our collaboration, we reached out to Motherlode Job Training, and they have a work experience program for high school students and already had students signed up for it. So we will be working with Motherlode Job Training, and we are getting 8 students who will be able to start after June 19th. And they are both from Bret Harte and Calaveras. We are putting 6 of the students in public access TV to kind of help with doing videos around the campus. And we want to partner with them to do, we're working on a video of all the department heads so that we can use for recruiting and orientation, so that everybody knows what we do here at the county. And so 6 students will be at public access TV and 2 will be at animal services. And so we are going to continue to grow the program. It does not have to end after summer's over. We can also do work experience after school. And so we are going to continue to work with departments so that we can place students in different departments, but we need to make sure that we have a good program there, because the idea is for them to gain work experience, not just filing papers away and stuff like that. So we will grow the program, and we are very excited to get this started.
Yeah.
All right, Jamie, it was your idea. Is there anything you'd like to add?
No, I think you covered it.
All right, is there any questions? And
Supervisor Garamendi.
Are these paid internships?
they are paid through Motherlode Job Training. They have a budget for youth work experience, so they will be paid through them.
Thank you.
It's a multi-year grant system.
All right,
Judy.
thank you.
Stan, Mr. Internet.
Good morning, Stan Moore from IT. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. And yes, I am here to speak about internet. So just a real quick update. Wanted to let everyone know that we are continuing to make progress with the conceptual design that will ultimately lead towards putting projects together so we can get shovels in the ground and get moving in the infrastructure. You may have heard, public may have heard, that the state is doing a series of broadband planning workshops throughout the state. There's one of those that is coming up next week on Tuesday, in Tuolumne County, and it is for several surrounding counties. So this workshop, or these workshops, are really looking at beyond when we have the infrastructure in place, when we have broadband in place, what are the other things that we need to be doing in order to get the most value out of it? How are we taking care of our populations that perhaps don't have the right equipment, don't have the right knowledge? How can we get people trained and be working at that planning process at the same time that we're working on the infrastructure? Each one of these planning workshops is developing a series of potential strategies. Some of those strategies are going to be similar between areas of the state, but some may be unique to an area. So the state is doing a really fine job of reaching out to the public and the government and saying, what are the things that you are going to have that we need to be working towards? So board members, you're certainly welcome to attend. If you do have a time, if you want to attend, let me know. I'll make sure that we've got you on the list of folks that are signed up. But we'll keep you advised as far as what comes out of that meeting as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Any other staff announcement? Nancy?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Nancy Giddens, County Librarian, CEO Hitchcock, and County Council. We had fun at the fair. I don't know if you did, but we were able to drive the bookmobile into the Tom Sawyer Exhibition Hall. That is where all the kids' art and all the wonderful things that our children have made over the school year. So I believe we engaged with every child in Calaveras County. It was wonderful. While the children spun the wheel and waited to pick their prizes and books, we were able to engage with parents and tell them about our wonderful summer reading program and lunch at the library. It was fabulous. We just felt like we made so many contacts. So the summer reading program and lunch at the library will be going on through our library system from June 12th through July 21st. The summer reading program will have book packets for children age 0 to 18, preschool to high school, 4 packets with a free book and activities. And then if they come one more time to the library during that summer reading period, they can pick one more free book. The Lunch at the Library program, we are so excited because the legislature has made it possible for us to do grab and go for the whole summer. I don't know if you remember last year, we had to pivot mid-summer. We gave grab and go for the first 3 weeks, and during those first 3 weeks, we gave away almost 2,100 lunches. The second 3 weeks, we had to do a program and food on site because that's the real rule for school lunch. Food has to be consumed on site. So we were able to offer a program a day in a different branch and took lunch to them. But during those 3 weeks, we only gave out 291 lunches. So that made us really unhappy because we realized this is not the way we meet the food insecurity need of Calaveras County. So there were many, many advocates for this, for especially rural library systems and counties. So when I called Michael, being the food services guy in Amador, to make my arrangements for summer because we were just going to do the program and eat on site, he said, oh no, the legislature changed the law and for rural you can do grab and go all summer. So I checked with the state library and it's okay for us to do it too, so we quickly pivoted. Thank you for passing our MOU a few weeks ago, so we're on target to do that. We're going to be able to do it grab and go lunch, those dates, June 12th through July 21st, 11:30 to 1 p.m. in San Andreas, Railroad Flat, West Point, Moke Hill, and this year we're adding Valley Springs and Angels Camp. So we're very, very excited that we can do that. We figured it out, how we could get the food out to those places in a reasonable time, bringing it all the way from Amador. With that restriction of bringing it from there, it's just not possible for us to get it to Copper and Murphy's and Arnold in time for a reasonable lunch delivery. So for those 3 places, for once a week during this 6-week cycle, we will take lunch and the bookmobile and lunch 1 day a week corresponding to their story time day. So that will be Tuesday in Murphy's, Wednesday in Arnold, and Thursday in Copper. So we'll try to work next summer to get one of those southern school districts to cooperate with us and help us with delivering lunch. But in the meantime, we're trying to serve all of our sites in that way. So again, all of our programs, June 12th through July 21st, and we're looking forward to a really exciting and active summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Any other staff announcements in the room? No? Online? Do we have any online, Robin?
There is none online.
Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to recognition and acknowledgements. I have an announcement. The first proclamation listed, Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency. That proclamation will be done right before we do our regular agenda and go on to item 29, which has to do with Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency. Receive a presentation from them. So we will go on to the proclamation, item number 2. This is Adult Services adopted proclamation recognizing June 2023 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Month in Calaveras County, and I will turn it over to Supervisor Stopper.
Thank you, Chair Toffenelli. Whereas World Elder Abuse Awareness Day began on June 15, 2006 by the International Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse and World Health Organization of the United Nations. And whereas as our population lives longer, we are presented with an opportunity to think about our collective needs and future as a nation. And whereas ageism and social isolation are significant causes of elder abuse in the United States. And whereas in California, Adult Protective Services reports at least 1 in 10 adults aged 65 and older experience elder abuse in a given year. And within Calaveras County population of 45,205 people, plus or minus, 28% are considered seniors. And whereas Calaveras County recognizes that seniors have the right to be safe in their homes and communities and be treated with respect and dignity to enable them to serve as leaders, mentors, and volunteers in our community. And whereas Calaveras County is committed to helping all individuals live longer and healthier lives. And whereas World Elder Abuse Awareness Month is an opportunity for Calaveras County to promote a better understanding of abuse and neglect of older persons by raising community awareness. Would we have any? Thank you.
Wanted to let you finish. Good morning, Chair Toffenelli and members of the board. My name is Susan Gleason, and I'm the program manager for the Adult Services unit. And I have about 2/3 of my team here because I really wanted to recognize them for the work that they do. You know, as stated in the proclamation, almost 30% of Calaveras County are considered seniors. And this amazing team, they work, you know, collectively, collaboratively to mitigate abuse, neglect, isolation, and loneliness, just to kind of name a few. From, you know, the APS and IHSS social workers to the senior peer team, to the public authority, to the veterans team, to public guardian. They each play a vital role in helping not only the community, but working together collectively as a team to provide resources, connect one group to another group, you know, brainstorm, kind of see what we can do to kind of help our community. So, you know, I'm proud of the work that they do every single day, so I wanted them to be here. So I just want to thank you, because for me, this proclamation really recognizes the work that they do every day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further public comments?
I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
Can you have them stand and say their name and have them stand up when you say their name? So
They will love that.
My name is Kimberly Quinn, and I am Forces Social Worker and Adult Services.
Kyle Tom, APS.
JC Hudson, APS. Kelsey Houston, APS.
Sandy Wells, senior peer. Linda Mellon, senior peer.
Tabitha Blumenau, APS.
thank you all very much for your work.
Thank you. There's no public comment online.
Excellent. Well, we have to remind ourselves that, when we talk about abuse, many people think of physical or mental abuse, but a lot of times with elders, it's manipulation and taking from people that a lot of people don't notice. So we thank you for protecting people and their futures and everything too. With that, I'll bring it back to the board and we'll consider a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Garamendi.
I'll second.
A second by Mr. Hubbard. All those in favor? Aye. There would be no opposed, of course. Thank you very much. So now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Calaveras hereby proclaims June 2023 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Month in Calaveras County. We thank you all for your good work. Ladies.
No.
Thank you.
Appropriate.
We will move on to the next one, proclamation of public works, proclaiming week May 21st through 27th, 2023 National Public Works Week in Calaveras County. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got to say it again. I'm sorry, Susan. We move on to item number 3, third proclamation is from Public Works, a proclamation proclaiming the week of May 21st through 27th, 2023 National Public Works Week in Calaveras County. And Supervisor Hubbard, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vital importance and sustainable and resilient communities, and to the quality of life and well-being of the people of Calaveras. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public work professionals, including road maintenance workers, mechanics, inspectors, project delivery staff, administrative staff, and employees at all levels of government. These dedicated employees are responsible for maintaining, rebuilding, improving, and protecting our county's transportation infrastructure essential for our citizens. And whereas in the past year, the Calaveras County Department of Public Works has delivered many projects, including safety improvements, roadway resurfacing and preservation, striping, signage, new bridges, disaster recovery from winter storms, snow removal, and lighting district maintenance. And whereas stewards of the public interest, the Department of Public Works strives to build and maintain safe and efficient public infrastructure while protecting natural resources in partnership with our community. Whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Calaveras County to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2023 marks the 63rd Annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association. With that, I'll put it to public comment.
Good morning, Robert Packinger, Department of Public Works. We're used to just working, taking care of our potholes and road maintenance and snow and storm damage and going all over the county trying to take care of 680 miles of roads, 73 CSA roads. And we're not very good at shining the spotlight on ourselves in such a manner as this. We're just used to doing a lot of work in the background. And you could see a lot of our road crew guys, you know, they're not here. They're out there in the field. They're working. We have our engineering group, our CIP group that's preparing our projects, the project managers, our administrative group here. And you normally don't see them. You see them in the background, or you know that the bills are getting paid and invoices are going out, but you don't see the people that are actually doing all that work. But it takes a pretty large team to handle all of this work. This year we have a $34 million budget, and our department size is about 63 people. 40, about, I would say, most of those are in, you know, working out there in the field. So it's a small group. We're like the Marines, somewhat lean and mean fighting machine, but here we are. And it's, for me, it's the reason I could do my work is because of them. They're the ones that are actually doing all the detail, all the work. And I would like to thank them myself for the work that they do. And I know a lot of the public does appreciate the work they do. And thank you for the support that you've given us throughout the years.
Thank you, Robert. Any other comment?
Terry McBride, fifth generation, Calaveras County, District 2. I'm going to tell you, I love our road crew. Those guys are amazing. They smile, they get you through as fast as they can. I never see anyone leaning on a shovel. So, I mean, really, they're a fabulous group, and I just want to thank them.
Thank you, Terry. Any other comment? Any comment online? With that, I'll bring it back to the board. Anybody would make a motion?
Yeah, I just want to say that, you know, something Robert said, you know, the guys out in the field are the ones you see that are trying to get you through, but with an organization like this, it takes everybody from top to bottom to make things work. You know, that even if even the person at the front counter that takes in information or puts out information to the public, it's all part of the machine when it comes to any public entity like that. So with that, I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Therefore, be it resolved, the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors does hereby designate the week of May 21st through 27th, 2023 as National Public Works Week and pays tribute to our public works employees and recognizes the substantial contributions they make to protecting our safety and quality of life.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Okay, we will move on to general public comments. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter and jurisdiction of this board and is not posted on their consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If the public comment is completed before 30 minutes, allotted time period, the board may immediately move on to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard. So, public comment.
Good morning. My name's Alex H. Walker. I just wanted to read a little bit to pay tribute to some of our volunteers at Animal Services. Since the proclamation to honor the volunteers of Calaveras County Animals Shelter was rescheduled to next month, I thought it would be nice to show up today anyway to honor them all for their continued time and dedication to the animals, because I know a lot of the volunteers are planning to be here today. I'd like to read some of their names, starting with the dog walkers. The woman who shows up almost every day and runs the whole show is Dolores Ransom. Her husband, Ed Ransom, Holly Croydon, Bobby and Bob Pyle, Patty and Don Payne, Janet Beechler, Uta and Jerry Peters, Sarah Corley, Jamie Lee, Jane Carter, Nancy Lear, Kathy Campbell, Joan Loeffler. A huge thank you to Focus volunteers, Christine Albertine, Debbie Buford, Michelle Cody, Kim D. Arilaga, Joanne Elliott, Melissa Hamray, Kathy Musio, and many others. I'd also like to thank Cynthia Pino for the cat volunteer and the cat volunteers, and Michael Vasquez, the manager of Animal Services, for instituting the cat foster program. We look forward to a similar program for the dogs, which would greatly help the overcrowding situations until the new shelter is built. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. Good morning.
Good morning, Pamela, D2. Several weeks ago, we received what is known as a Proposition 218 Notice of Public Hearing on Solid Waste Parcel Fees, raising our fees 85%. Proposition 218s were approved by California voters in '96, establishing property-related fees as an incident of property ownership. The procedure for raising these fees included 2 steps: a public hearing at which property owners may lodge a protest, and a ballot proceeding. Thus, the process requires public approval in 2 steps. A notice is mailed to each property owner, which we've now received, and a public hearing follows 45 days later. If a majority plus 1 protests the proposed fee in writing, the fee cannot be imposed. Note, this protest must have each person's APN written on a letter prior to or on June 27th here in Calaveras. We need a little over 50% of our Calaveras citizens, from Copperopolis to Sheep Ranch, Murphy's to Valley Springs, to protest this hike in solid waste fees. A hike of 85%. You heard that right. If you thought eggs were high a few months ago, wait until you open your tax bill with an increase from $150 to $227 for solid waste fees residential. Integrated Waste Management, under the purview of Public Works, has been operating in a deficit for years. And after kicking the can down the road, our Board of Supervisors decided to raise our fees. Even before they received a report from Gershman, Brickner, and Bratton, costing $180,000 to determine that fees increase $127 in order to pay for a landfill expansion, costing at a minimum $10 million. What were the other possibilities? Cutting hours, reducing shifts, raising fees incrementally? We don't know. We cannot even get an accurate idea of how much it costs to bury a ton of garbage, but by best estimates, our rate is the highest in the state of California, almost 4 times what other counties pay currently. This is a fee that trickles down. For businesses, will pay more than 90%. If it's a grocery store, it may be more than eggs going up. For those who rent, this bill is for you, literally. The owner may hold the parcel fee for solid waste, but renters will see the increase. For those on a fixed income, tighten your belt or vote no. Martin Huberty has said it's a huge rite of passage to drive with your dad to the dump to get to know where your garbage goes. What a pastoral image of our county, Dad and I driving to the dump. He also noted that this curtails the illegal dumping that other counties deal with. Apparently, he has not driven around Railroad Flat, West Point, or Wilseyville. Another board member notes this is Calaveras County's greatest asset, our landfill. Solid waste and cannabis is a huge draw here. So what can we do? Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Sanchez. I'm a citizen and taxpayer at Calaveras County. I recently received this letter from the county on the solid waste parcel fee increase. I also have the letter from the business of Cal Waste. From my understanding, this project has been in the works for about a year and a half. I understand that the solid waste facility has to expand for the growth in the county, and that solid waste fees will increase over time. You, the Board of Supervisors, already voted to move forward on this proposition 2 months ago without notifying the property owners and business owners of the county. Now we, the taxpayers, are presented with this 85% increase on the solid waste fee. Prior to your vote, the taxpayers should have been notified by letter, the same way we were notified here, and involved in the preliminary meetings. And because since we are the ones that are paying for this project, why didn't the county start looking into adding another cell years ago and simply increase the solid waste fees incrementally over a 5 to 8 year period prior to the expansion? I believe that would have been more readily accepted by the taxpayers who are now presented with this enormous increase all at once, creating a financial burden for some taxpayers. The way this proposition was presented to the taxpayers appears to lack transparency and public input. This letter from Cal Waste states that the Solid Waste Division loses an average of $2.5 million every year. Sorry, it was this one. If a business operates in the red every year, why are you throwing more money at it? How do you explain that to the taxpayers? What was the purpose of the county to hire a consultant to evaluate and make recommendations about the operations and funding of the solid waste system when you, the Board of Supervisors, already voted to spend the $10 million prior to receiving the report from the consultant? The county also spent $1.1 million for engineering services prior to the consultant's recommendations. In conclusion, knowing that the facility would need expansion, simple planning, years in advance should have been the way to proceed. Number two, budgeting years in advance, increasing the fees incrementally over several years should have been the way to proceed. Number three, notifying the property owners and business owners years in advance to be a part of this project should have been the way to proceed. As a result of not planning in advance, it has increased 85% that fee to the property owners. And for the commercial, the lesser of 2 times the current fee, or $1,512 increase. Complete transparency with public participation.
Time is up.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Terry McBride, New California State Committee Chair and Senator. I have some papers for you. I won't give you mine, for your perusal. I am also, as I said, 5th generation and of this county, so I love this county, this state, and this country. So to the County Board of Supervisors, I am a county resident, representative of the state of New California, a We the People movement for the preservation of the Republic guaranteed to citizens by the United States Constitution, Article 4, Section 4. By this letter, I am notifying all County Board of Supervisors today that they must first and foremost prioritize protecting our national security during any future elections. It is imperative that we comply with implementation of security to protect the sovereign right of each eligible citizen to have authentic outcome when casting a vote in our elections. Back in 2017, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security issued a statement clearly designating election infrastructure as critical infrastructure. Election infrastructure is critical infrastructure for the obvious reason that elections have a major impact on national security. It's vital that the state of California complies with that inherent intent from the federal government and works to ensure a system of cybersecurity and oversight is established within every political subdivision. Every component of the election systems used in our county must have safeguards in place to prevent any attacks which threaten our national security. Secure elections are a protected right for every eligible citizen. It is incumbent on our representatives to exercise their authority to see that no electronic voting system in the county is used as the primary method for counting, tabulating, or verifying federal elections unless those systems meet necessary standards of protection. Federal government has made it very clear that election equipment is considered a target by those who want to threaten the safety and security of our country. Electronic voting systems that contain components that are made with parts produced in countries considered adversaries to the United States must never be used as the primary method for conducting our elections in our county, state, or country. CEO John Polis is predicting that Dominion will not survive for use in the 2024 elections due to the security of their systems, scrutiny of their equipment's vulnerabilities to hacking. More alarming is the components of their systems include embedded modems and circuitry on a motherboard the size of a pencil point that is made in China, a nation adversarial to the United States, and an obvious breach of the security to elections. March 29, 2023, President Joseph Biden declared a national emergency pursuant to the emergency economics to deal with the unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. I call upon, and continues, you can read that, I call upon each board member to do the right thing, follow your oath of office, and learn about the doctrine of the lesser magistrate. That gives you the power. That is your power to say we're going back. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments in the room? Seeing none, is there, items not on the agenda?
It's not on the agenda. I'm here, Mary Beth Hospital. I'm here wearing my directors for Calaveras County Fair, and I just want to say we had an incredible fair this year. It was so much fun. I got to see several of you out there, kissing frogs, jumping frogs, Fullendorf family. You guys buying animals. It was incredible. We saw an uptick in numbers this year, and I just want to say that I'm so darn proud of this community for coming together. Our auction brought in $1.5 million back to these kiddos. It's incredible, and it just shows the strength of our community. It shows that the people that are here for all these kids and everything they do. And I'm so darn proud, and I want to thank you guys for being out there, and your presence was definitely known. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Any other public comment in the room? Seeing none, do we have any online?
There is none online.
No online public comments. We'll move on to the next item. It's the consent agenda. The consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. Is there any board member who wishes to pull an item from the consent?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull item number 25 and 26.
25 and 26. Any other board member? No? Is there any staff member who wishes to pull an item? No one online?
There is no one online.
Okay. Is there any member of the public who wishes to pull an item? Okay, I'll come back here. Okay, nobody public, nobody online publicly?
Nobody online, no.
Okay, Supervisor Stopper, you have
Item 19, it's just, I just want some clarity on.
item number 19.
That's the,
Okay, so I'm open for a motion for the remainder of the items other than item 19 and 25 and 26.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second, a call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We'll start with the number 19. Supervisor Stopper, you pulled this item.
Yeah, it's not too in depth. Just
reasoning on the change of the job description for OES, the Director of Emergency Services?
So the language that was added to the job description just gives clarity that we're able to look at years of experience, training, looking at their whole experience, not just education. So everything that would give them the skills and abilities to do the job.
Okay.
It also allows us to have a larger candidate pool.
Cool.
And as well as internal candidates and external candidates.
I can understand that. In the past, we have looked at different situations, and sometimes, you know, we can take a step too far when it comes to opening up the pool, because then it opens up potentially people that aren't necessarily qualified for the job, even if they do have experiences in other areas, the overall management. But not getting a complaint. I'm just putting it on your radar. I don't have any complaint about this item. I just wanted clarity on it.
Right, and just to be really clear, they still have to have the skills and abilities identified to do this particular job. So they still have to be in the area and have experience within OES. They cannot just be an accountant who wants to be an OES director.
I can appreciate that. Thank you, Judy. I don't have any complaints on this item. I just wanted the clarity.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Supervisor
This is
Garrett.
brought up. We faced this question before. Specifically, there was an item in Public Works where we stuck and we didn't allow that. What is different between this position versus that position, and why are we making an exception or changing it on this one?
So specifically, the wording that we are suggesting, we would like to see in most of our job descriptions that does not have a particular degree or licensure that prevents them from doing the job either by state law, federal law, or county code. So it was the board's decision that they wanted an engineering degree specifically to that job description. And so that is a specific item that they have to have.
But you don't need a degree to be director of OES.
So what happens and what we've seen the last time that we did the recruitment for this position is that we had those that have done this job for years. We had somebody with 15 years of experience, but did not have the degree, but they had the training, they had all of the certifications that were required to do the job, but they had one little piece that was in the MQs, and so they were not able to interview for the position. And so in these type of areas, a lot of times we will have somebody that has worked up through a fire department and then became an OES director or other means of becoming an OES director without having the degree.
My concern comes because, obviously that's a board decision on what we want the requirements to be. And we have reposted this, so we collected resumes and then we changed the job description, now we're reposting it.
Correct, it is still open.
Okay.
What was the pool the first time, if you don't mind me asking?
We had, I believe, 7 and 2 did not meet the MQs.
And just so everyone knows, I actually think that the existing job description, there was an implication that training and experience could take the place of education, but it wasn't totally clear. So I think this is just designed to make it, to give clarity.
And I would concur with Judy in the fact that, with the public works position, most definitely I feel that an engineering degree would apply to OES, a little bit different than the public works, although, education can apply. But, sometimes you say you have respect for the things I can do sometimes, Jack, and I don't have an education like you, so.
No, it's absolutely, but you have to add flexibility so you get the right people. And if you need someone with a professional engineering stamp, we need someone professional. If you don't, and you need a good manager, then we should take that into account for people who don't have that degree. And I hope we will extend that same flexibility to expand our pools for other jobs.
Yes, and in fact, I had recently talked with CEO Hitchcock on we need to bring an item back, and in job descriptions where this would be beneficial, we need to add that language to those job descriptions.
it's a fine line. I mean, it depends on the job and everything else, so.
Correct.
I can appreciate you all looking into that.
All right, thank you.
Public comments on this item? See no public comments in the room?
There's none online.
Bring it back to the board, open for a motion.
I will move this item.
A motion by Supervisor Stopper,
I'll second it.
second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We move on to items number 25. Supervisor Garamendi, you pulled this item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to address both of them together since they're
Okay.
kind of part and parcel. I know we have two separate items. Robert, we have $2.3 million designated in additional funds to go in, roughly, to go into these, to our consultants to continue the wagon wheel project. These funds are currently in the wagon wheel budget, designated for sort of wrapping up the project, correct? They're already designated for a task in the wagon wheel budget.
No, sir. What we have right now is that amount of money that has not been designated for environmental or other tasks. If we were to say we stop the project today, that would be money that we can use to wrap things up. As we move forward, we are wanting to proceed with these amendments to keep the projects going forward. Our intent is to keep those at, let's say, task order basis, month by month, controlling those funds so that they're not spent in its entirety, or we would only spend maybe a month's worth of funds, and then we determine whether or not the projects are going to keep going. If anything were to happen, we stop that at that point, and the remaining funds are used to close the project up.
You said that, now, assuming that the project doesn't stop on a dime, in your item, it says that we would have to backfill these funds from a different source if we decided not to continue. So, for example, if we contract with Jubilee and Doken to do this, the work that they have here, and let's say Caltrans stops, okay? We have a state budget going on, we have no commitment from Caltrans to continue this or finish this up safely. So if we commit this money, and it's hard to imagine we wouldn't spend it, where would we backfill that money from? As you pointed out, in the agenda item mentions it, but doesn't say who's paying that backfill.
If we don't get any funds from the state, we would have to get those out of the RIM funds.
Out of the REM funds.
Yes. But as time goes on, of course, right now, today, if we were to award these two contracts, expenditures are low. Of course, as time goes on, those expenditures continue to add up. But we have committed to coming back to the board at various milestones to discuss with you whether or not we continue, and if there's some idea that we decide to stop, then these contracts will not be expended in their entirety. They'll stop right at that point. So there's going to be money left, and that money that is left will be used for wrapping up the job if that's necessary.
When we spoke about this before, I was informed that Caltrans was going to step up, and that has not happened to date. So we have no assurance that there's more money coming. My concern is we're betting that Caltrans is going to come in and help finish this project at a time when we have no guarantee of that. I mentioned state budget and chaos going on in Sacramento. So we're really betting on the come with our RIM funds that this will continue.
It's a little bit unfortunate that you haven't been able to see all of the communication and work that's going on with Caltrans. I could say to you that pretty much District 10 headquarters is supportive of the extension. Caltrans headquarters is supportive. We've been responding to questions that they have to determine the amount of funding and so forth. We've been successful in providing to them the information that they need. This morning, I believe that they have comfort with a certain amount of funding that they want to provide, and then we'll move forward with that. So as far as Caltrans responding to you, I would expect that they respond to you here quickly with that sense of, to give you that sense of comfort that you're looking for.
Well, I have, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. The last communication I got from District 10 was not committal at all on whether they were going to step up or where they were. So, I'm hearing what you're saying, I'm hearing what our consultants are saying, but you're asking us to gamble $2.3 million of RIM funds.
Right.
And that's what we're asking in essence. We're betting on the come, that Caltrans is going to come through, and I don't have any comfort that that's going to happen. I mean, and we're at the 11th hour and 59 minutes. That's, you can see my challenge.
Yes, yes.
So I feel like I'm getting jammed when I don't have commitment from Caltrans that they're going to step up.
I understand that, but as I said, on our end, what we can do is control that expenditure so that that entire funding for the amendments isn't spent. If for some reason you make a decision here, let's say in June or so, that you've had enough, we'll stop right there, and that exposure is contained.
So why can't, let me finish. Why can't this wait to the next meeting when we have confirmation from Caltrans that they're going to step up? Why is this today and not 2 weeks from now?
Because we need to continue the work out there. The longer that work delays, there's also an increased expense to getting the work done, and our schedule for this year is jeopardized.
Right. Well, I hear what you're saying, but that doesn't, I understand exactly the timeline and the challenges. I'm frustrated that this is the 11th hour and 59 minutes, and we're out of money, and we're asking to take a $2.3 million bet that we'll be able to continue this project.
Well, right now, there is that money that has not been expended, so.
But we're going to have to spend that money no matter what, right? Wrapping this project up. At some point, we wrap up the project, right? When it's done or something.
When it's done, if we can once we get our funding and it's done, the state will cover all the expenses for wrapping all that up as part of the project.
It'd be great if we had understanding that that's what the state. I mean, I'd gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today, is what Wimpy used to say. And, I believe you. I understand what it says. You have to understand my frustration. It's just not a bet that I personally am willing to make on behalf of the citizens of my district.
So currently, we're still only using the state's funds. Even with these amendments, we're using the state's funds. The thing where RIM may come in is in a couple months, if you decide we've had enough and we've had some expenditures on these amendments, we'd have to make up what we spent there with RIM, which wouldn't be the $2 million. It would be, a small portion of that.
So why don't we come back with a small portion for today and then take it up again down the road? I'm cautious in committing $2.3 million to consultants who haven't exactly kept this project on track. I mean, we're having this at 11, that they're not going to spend the money, and then we're going to get to the end, and to wrap up the project, we're going to have to pick the pocket or RIM to finish this project off. You're asking us to gamble, in my opinion.
Can I just talk just a second here? Yes. I know Supervisor Hubbard, you have your microphone on. I think Ben and Amanda both want to say something. Well, he's talking about wrapping up. He's saying that if we just put an end to it, we have to pay the contractor to wrap everything up, move his, and he may have some things he's saying, well, I could have been working another job, I could have bid on other things to go on. Not wrapping up at the end of the job. At the end of the job, if we go on and we finish this, there's no funds. The contractor's finished with the job, he goes off the site, he's done. So I think you need to designate that he's talking about. If we just pull off the project and stop right now, he's got to load up all of his equipment, his men, and all this other stuff, and tie up loose ends. That's where he's talking about the money would be spent on. The other thing is, this is not all Caltrans. This is CTC, California Transportation Commission, where a lot of these, and that's federal funds that are coming down too. And we were in the same position back in June of 2021 when Amanda and I went before the CTC, and asked for funds to fund this project. And we awarded those funds, and Caltrans was behind us at that time also. I feel pretty confident that not only the CTC, but Caltrans is not going to just walk away from this project. We're not even nowhere near to being complete with it. And they're replacing a bridge. They have a shop project out there, which would be in phase 2, replace a bridge, and they're committed and they're moving forward with that. They're not just going to replace this bridge and leave the highway the way it is. They're looking to move forward with it safely. I feel pretty confident. I understand where your concerns are and what you're talking about. But I think what Robert is saying is actually true, that if we move forward on this, he's talking about backfilling $2 million. That's a possibility we won't have if we do stop. We have the funds available. It wouldn't cost us much anything at all. We'd have to backfill at some point, and that's what we're looking for Caltrans and CTC, because of the situations that happened out there with cultural items that have been found. It's ate up a lot of the budget, and that's not what the consultants that we're talking about have control over. That's a different contractor that has to do with cultural, that's finding all these items, and then there's laws. There's not only state laws, there's federal laws on how to handle that, what you need to do with it. Teams that have to go out there and identify each object. That takes a lot of time, and we weren't projecting that. We had no idea when we were going forward. We had some funds in there for it, but not at the level that we're talking about that's happening out there. It seems like every time they turn over a stone or move some dirt, they find an object. So
Supervisor Tuffin, I understand And how that money will go down, and certainly the cultural resources didn't ask to have a highway built through their graveyard. And they don't write the laws either. I understand where that comes from. I think that my understanding is that Caltrans and CTC, you're correct. Caltrans submits their proposal for roughly June 1 to go to the CTC. CTC produces their agenda items no later than roughly July 1 for their August 15th board meeting where this will be heard. So to date, Caltrans has not submitted their request towards the CTC. We certainly have not seen it to my knowledge. And so while we can look at August 15th for the CTC, there's a whole chain of events that need to happen. And I would just like to see Caltrans, I'd like to see Caltrans' commitment to this now before we put forward this 2.5, because you're right. If we commit this and we decide not to move forward because the CTC doesn't approve it in August, or Caltrans doesn't submit it before the CTC meeting, we're still going to need that 2.3 to wrap things up.
So right now, behind the scenes, practically daily, we've been providing Caltrans requested information, and they've been working on trying to come up with those reports that you've been talking about to meet the beginning of June so that they could get the other thing in July and hit August. So all that's been working every day.
Okay. And I'm just saying, I'm not against Wagon Trail. I'm not against getting this done. I'm against betting on the come and gambling on the 11th hour. So that's where I'm at. If I had a report right here, if I had Caltrans report to the CTC for application, then I'd feel comfortable. But the only thing I've got is the District 10 director saying he'll take a look at it. So that's all I got.
Supervisor Sopper, you have something you want to say?
I'll hold my time.
Okay. Supervisor Follendorf.
I'm just trying to think of how I'm gonna, a little bit of history I think everybody needs to remember is that the county actually committed $7.5 million of limb originally on this project. The majority of that money ended up supporting the Butte Fire and repaving a lot of roads because of that. We still haven't seen that money come back, which was supposed to backfill the Highway 4 project. Not to any fault of staff or us, we are handcuffed with our federal partners who have not gotten to those refunds. So the county gambled originally when they wanted this project, $7.5 million of room. And that is what they set to commit when they wanted to take this project over. We
county knew going into this project there were going to be major risk, but they still committed this. And on top of getting other funds, which Gay mentioned earlier, we went to CTC and were able to get federal dollars to offset those investments and commitments that the county gave. This is one of our, not only our county priority, it is our federal priority where our lobbyists are working in DC to also get other funding with our partners, which is also going to FEMA to try and get these reimbursements. The more staff is working on that, and once we do get that money back from FEMA, RIM will be able to do all the other roads in this county as we start planning out with our CIP. But I think it's a good reminder because most of this happened before a lot of us were on this board, what the county committed to. We took responsibility for the risk of the construction of this project. We took responsibility for ensuring that we are going to improve these roads with our partners. And this is also one of the major evacuation routes in the county, which the county is also in the middle of planning and working on with OES and other partners. And for us to shoot ourselves in the foot and stop a project because we're not willing to put that risk, are we going to have another fire to remind us the importance of Highway 4? This is also a crucial investment for broadband. We've been working with Caltrans to ensure that as Highway 4 is one of those sections of broadband investment, if we don't put ourselves out there to improve Highway 4, broadband is going to be lagging behind on that side of the county. As they build the road, they are going to be putting the needed infrastructure in for us to take broadband up the highway from the county line. So this isn't just riding on just the risk of culture. There are other projects that are happening in this county that Highway 4 is supporting. And if we don't somehow work with our partners, help staff get where they need to be to keep this project moving, even if it, little chunks at a time, we aren't going to see broadband. We are not going to see the evacuation routes, and we're not going to see the tourism coming up and down that corridor, which we see hundreds of thousands of people every year that are bringing money into this county. So I think it's just more than just a wagon trail project. We are putting our bet on all of these other investments, and it is tying and weaving everything together. I know being that it's in my district, I'm going to be strong on it, but this is the county priority. We all sat here and said this is what we want to do, and it is nerve-wracking. But staff is working diligently behind the scenes with Caltrans, CTC staff, and I have my faith that they are going to come through to get this money. And in a couple of weeks, we're going to have good news than we had a month ago. So I'll get off my soapbox and let somebody else talk. But I just want to remind us that it's more than just paving the road.
If I may, I want to clarify, the roads, Butte Fire roads were paved using Butte Fire settlement. Emergency response was, of course, during RIM, using RIM, and those have been being paid back, but the roads were not paved using RIM. They were used primarily, I don't want to say absolutes because money gets mixed, but the fact is, most of that was done with Butte Fire settlement. I also am going to have to disagree on I don't think it's a big delay to the internet coming up Highway 4, and I want to make very clear, I'm not against this project. I'm against doing this vote right now before we have clarity from Caltrans.
Supervisor Huberty.
Yes, I'd just like to ask you, Robert, why, I want to go back to what Supervisor Garamendi was asking, is why do you need all of this money approved now, if in fact we'll have some sort of security by August?
We need to keep these cultural work going. Our archaeologist is ESA under the Dewberry contract, under Docking contract. The Dewberry contract pays for the archaeologists. We could be coming back and bringing amendments back to you on a monthly basis if that's what you wish, but that is...
You need the full amount, then you're saying?
We just brought the full amendment amount to deal with that once and for all. and, not keep coming back to you every month, but that would be a staffing, and time for you to be approving monthly amendments. But that is possible. I would say that's possible.
Supervisor Stopper.
I mean, overall, it's like an amount not to exceed, there's a percentage for extra cost in there. Natural resources, I mean, we're dealing with all these villages that are popping up that, state and federal laws, our hands are tied, and we should respect those areas as much as possible. That said, in most cases, I would agree with you. Incrementally coming forward is just going to cost us more, especially when it comes to staff time, our time, everyone's time. But when we're unsure when this money is coming forward, maybe just the amount to get us through till July 1st might have been a good idea.
Well, we can still do that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, because I'm trying, I feel what Mr. Garamendi says, because here's my point of view on the RIM funds. Yes, we take responsibility, Ms. Follendorf, for what other boards have done in the past fully, and we must implement it that way when we make agreements. A deal's a deal, whether I agree with the deal or not. We'll talk about one that was made when it comes to integrated waste later today. But that board in 2015, 2016, I mean, I got all the names right here, made those two deals that, are hard to roll with, but we have to, those are your words, Jack. A deal's a deal, right? So, but those RIM funds, if we dedicate those and those end up costing, I don't get to use them in my district. Gary doesn't get to use them in his district. Martin, his. Highway 4 does benefit us all. It is a project that is huge. Because of the cultural resources, this is extremely over budget. And yes, I do have my, I'm nervous about it. Until that money's in hand, we can sit here all day and say, hey, everyone loves us, they're gonna give it to us. But until that money's in my hand, I don't believe it. I won't believe it, because let's stick to a different word, not a four-wheeler. Stuff happens.
Yes.
Constantly, especially in the other industry I work in.
Product.
But that said, I feel what Mr. Garamendi has to say. And I think right now, an incremental part will save me enough so that we can get at least a 4/5 vote to get us through July 1st, and then we can bring it back. Other than that, I would like to do the full amount.
Any other board comments? Seeing none, I'll open it up to public. Is there any public comments on this item? Either one of these two items. We're doing 25 and 26 since they were consent. No public comments online?
No, there's not.
Okay, I will close public comments and bring it back to the board. I just want to say that this sitting on COG and being on COG for a decade, we for a long time, and Robert, you know this, for a long time, we didn't have a good relationship with Caltrans. It was very broken up, and it was this project, we got a good relationship with Caltrans and with CTC. And what the situation is here, their eyes are on us and how we perform and how we're going to do. This could affect future projects. It could affect future funding when we go before them for any other projects that we want to open up or try and do with federal funding and state funding. So this is critical, and again, I want to point out, I don't know anything where Caltrans is just going to turn around and CTC and walk away from a project. That's not their way they operate. They've started this, they've entrusted us to do this. They understand through the conversations I've had they understand that the cultural, it's not the county itself that is not, or misusing the money or not funding this correctly or doing what we need to do. We moved along pretty good, at a pretty good pace. They come out all the time and take tours. Caltrans has been out there a number of times. Marlon and Grace has been out there a number of times and very impressed with how we're doing this. I just don't want it to affect future projects and get back into a relationship that's not a good relationship. Again, whatever the board decides to do today, we decide to do, whether we go part funding, full funding, or whatever. But I think we're still at a point where we've already committed this money. We're looking at something that could be in the future, but the problem is if we don't move forward right now and we do get the funding, we're going to be behind to the point where we won't be able to go forward. Then we're going to be in a situation trying to tell CTC, you gave us money that we can't use right now because we didn't move forward when the time was ample for us to move forward and be ready for this funding to be able to spend it and move the project forward. So those are things that we need to consider here. Robert is correct. If we don't get the funding and we don't know by August 1st and then we don't get the funding, there should be enough money in there left to close this project up. That money will not be able to be used, it won't be used if we complete the entire project, because then the contractor just wraps up and goes home. The project's complete. We're not shutting him down from the job and having him move his equipment that he's already moved out there and put it in place. So, Supervisor Stopper.
Do you want to call for public comment?
I already called for public comment.
Okay. With that, even shutting down, there's a cost. Yes. And that, because there has been realignment done, and to finish off that, there's a cost. So that continues. With that understanding, I completely understand and agree that we aren't going to stop the project, and these natural resources are a reality. And, I'm not pointing the finger at any one person. Overall, I think we could have been more proactive and started dealing with this earlier, not be going to CTC and Caltrans at the last minute to midnight. I think we could have been a little bit more proactive on that, but that's where we're at now. And so if you're amenable to it, Chair, I'll talk to you about, before I make the motion, can we do to keep the project going right now, a sum that, what is that sum? Or, to keep us through July 1st. And then at that time, we can see where we're at and finish off what we need to do.
County Council?
The issue is that the contracts that are before the board today are for the full amount or the larger amount. I think the board could certainly not vote to approve these two amendments today and instead direct staff. It's an option, direct staff to come back with a smaller one. I don't think that on the fly we can change these, if that makes sense.
And that's part of my question also. And also, in a timely manner, will that work for the cultural resources contracts, and then we'll be out of them before you come back to the next meeting? Which, again, last minute to midnight, we have a hard time voting on something because we're put between a rock and a hard spot. Could have brought both options forward.
And I don't agree with what you're saying. I've made that same comment. And I wasn't really happy about it, but the situation happened the way it happened, and we're here. And I do have a question for council. You're saying, there's a lot of items that we do change situations on that come before the board. You're saying this because this contract specifically is for a certain amount that we don't have the right to adjust the amount, or hold on a second, or tabling this item right now and moving it to the end of the agenda, have Robert go talk to the two contractors and see if they're acceptable to a certain amount, and then come back and report to us.
We could do that. It would have to be specific, we'd have to come up with, the board would have to give specific direction. Do you know what I think it wouldn't work to make it open-ended of, you know, hey, Mr. Packinger, go
Okay,
ahead and enter into
specific,
smaller amendments. So I think we can.
50% of each contract, one's for 900,000, one's for 1 point, whatever, 1.2 million.
I think the board could do that. We would obviously I just want to throw the caveat in there, you know, obviously the contractors have agreed to that. We would have to get
We
their
have to get their
signatures and all.
approval. I
Yes.
understand, that's why I said give it time. But before we do that, yes, Supervisor.
I hear what Robert's saying also. His full intention is not to spend the money until it needs to be spent. We got those thresholds in place. Mr. Garamendi, we've heard, you know, and I agree with you. Can we be amenable and trusting Robert to move forward and use as little money through July 1st as possible? I'll make the motion on the total amount if you're willing.
I'm not comfortable with that, no. I have never seen a consultant that's sitting on a $2.3 million, combined consultants on a $2.3 million project that's not going to find every way to spend it. My understanding is that they were out of money a while ago. So I assume that they're not working for free right now, I'm assuming, right? I mean, when do they stop amassing? Are they out of money in the contract?
No.
And I thought Matt said the other day they were at zero.
For the Dewberry portion, their own company's portion, which was a small amount, yes. We've been moving some budget items around to keep a little bit of the archaeological work moving, but there's very little left.
And very little left. And Dewberry and Doken, they're also in charge of managing the construction project, right?
No,
Kind of
that's
enough?
a different, construction fund was a different company.
All right. No, I'm sorry. Gambling's gambling, and every gambler puts down chips and thinks that one more bet's going to get him over the line. And I'm not a gambler.
I disagree with that. So, motion? Do I have a motion to approve this item?
Move.
We have a motion by Supervisor Follendorf. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Supervisor Huberty. I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1 for
Yes,
both
sir.
items, 25 and 20, the motion for 25 and 26.
I certainly hope you're right.
Yeah.
I'm going to be watching extraordinarily closely.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Move both.
And thank you, Jack.
And I will hold you all accountable if we end up picking someone's rim funds.
Yes, sir.
We're not be coming out of district two.
We still missing a lot of money in run funds from the storm damage in 2017 and 2019, so.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. We will take a break right now to allow Stacy to set up, and then we will move into the proclamation, and then move into their presentation. All right, we're back, and we're going to go back to the first proclamation, and this is a proclamation for Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency. Adopt a proclamation declaring May 2023 as Community Action Awareness Month and recognizing Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency. And I will turn it over to Supervisor Follendorf.
Okay. Whereas community action originated with the passage of Economic Opportunity Act of 1964 as part of President Lyndon B. Johnson's War on Poverty. The The purpose of this statute was to mobilize the human and financial resources of the nation to combat poverty in the United States. Whereas the Community Action is a robust federal, state, and local program funded through the Community Service Block Grant, connecting people to services and creating a pathway to prosperity by promoting economic stability as an essential aspect of empowering and enhancing stronger communities and stable households. Whereas Community Action has made a central contribution to individuals and families, both nationwide and locally, by creating economic opportunities and strengthening communities through community-wide solutions. Whereas the Community Action Network is composed of over 1,100 organizations nationwide, focusing on delivering innovative services and supporting support that create greater opportunities for individuals, seniors, families, and children to succeed. And whereas the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency, a local multi-county community action organization, is celebrating 32 years of providing valued services to local residents. And whereas the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency served a total of 4,862 individuals and over 4,544 households during 2022. By providing low-income and vulnerable residents with housing program services and Operation Comfort and Care supplies in Calaveras County and Mariposa County. Whereas Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency serves community members and partners through capacity building opportunities and special projects that benefit the whole community. The dedication and commitment of the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency Board staff volunteers to service of others through meaningful, community-driven work has greatly and positively impacted the lives of those in need in our local communities. The Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency is committed to seeking collaborative partnerships that create opportunities to better serve vulnerable individuals, seniors, families, and children who are experiencing difficulties through various safety net programs in an effort to attain self-sufficiency. And with that, I will open it for public comment. Stacy.
Good morning, Madam CEO, County Council, Honorable Chair, and respective members of the board. Stacy Johnston, Executive Director of the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency. And I just want to say thank you so much for this proclamation acknowledging Community Action Awareness Month. The Economic Opportunity Act of 1964 created the Community Action Network of national and locally focused organizations that connect millions of children, families, and individuals to greater opportunities. Today, over 1,100 agencies across the county are working to transform the lives of those we serve and the communities in which we reside. The Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency has been serving Calaveras and Mariposa County since 1991, and over the past 32 years, continue to provide valuable services and support to our low-income residents, nonprofit organizations, public entities, community organizations through a variety of means. CMCAA is proud to belong to the Community Action Network, where local, state, and federal partners are committed to identifying gaps in services, breaking down barriers, and building bridges to opportunities so that all individuals have the ability to thrive in their communities. CMCAA is governed by a tripartite board representing public sector, private sector, and low-income sector. And I'd like to acknowledge my board members at this time. Even though many of them could not be here, I have several of you represented on the board here today. I have Sherry Roosh, who is our board chair, Kathy Topol, Rhonda McDonald, who is in the audience today, Dave Taney, Amanda Fallendorf, Supervisor Fallendorf, Supervisor Martin Huberty. Our alternate is Board Chair Gary Tofinelli, and a special recognition to Mr. Ben Stopper, Supervisor Stopper, for his past participation on our board. We also have representatives from Mariposa County. We have Tara Schiff, Supervisor Rosemary Smallcomb, Supervisor Wayne Forsyth, Teresa Johnson, Janetta Phillips, and alternate Supervisor Miles Minitry. I just want to, again, recognize that we could not do what we do without our special volunteers, and you're all volunteers. Even those who are here with us today, we could not do what we do without our volunteers. And I just want to say thank you for the recognition today.
Are there any other public comment? Seeing none in the room, are there any online?
There are not.
Okay. To bring it back to the board, if that's okay, Chairman, is there a motion to approve?
I'll move this item.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of Calaveras County does hereby declare May 2023 as the Community Action Awareness Month and recognizes the community action and the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency and their partners in their effort to support and strengthen Calaveras County communities. Thank you.
Let's get a picture now, just like always.
Yes, very small group.
Okay, we will now move on to our regular agenda, item 29. This is an informational item from Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency. Receive a presentation from the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency. Stacy Johnson.
Is that on? My mic?
No, you have to push the button. If the red light will come on, push it harder.
It's on.
Okay.
Oh, it's on? Oh, I can't see the red light. It's on.
All right, we're ready to go. I am first going to ask for grace. Technology is not my friend, so we'll get through this. Again, thank you for the opportunity to come before you today and provide an oversight of what community action does and what we've been a part of in 2022 and looking beyond. All right. Okay. Thank you. The promise of community action. Community action changes people's lives and embodies the spirit of hope, improves communities, and makes America a better place to live. We care about the entire community, and we are dedicated to helping people help themselves and each other. Felt it was important to share today the history of community action, and this video is made possible by the Sargent Shriver Institute.
In 1964, 30 million Americans lived in poverty. Although most of the poor were white, the power of the civil rights movement raised the issue to a place on the national agenda and stirred the new president to action.
Can you help us free these Americans?
from the person of poverty. And if you can, let me hear your voices. As a young man, Johnson had taught Mexican-American children in rural Texas. Later, as a congressman, he idolized Franklin Roosevelt and dreamed of completing the New Deal. He named his vision for a better America, a great society. It included civil rights, voting rights, support for the arts, medical care to the elderly, and help for the poor. Lyndon Johnson was a master at moving legislation through Congress, but he had no blueprint for ending poverty. For that, he looked to Shriver.
If a general was asked, I want you to launch war on Grenada, could you invade and take over? Well, that's something you can get your mind around. But a war on poverty, that's like saying, could you, from Fulton's perspective, could you wage war on gravity? He thought, oh my God, how am I going to do this?
He began by ordering research, and then he went looking for what the author Michael Harrington called the other American, the invisible poor. In Appalachia, Shriver saw schools that were shacks and heard stories of children eating dirt from the inside of stovepipes. In the Deep South, he witnessed the rule of Jim Crow, whereby black children were kept out of school to pick cotton, while their parents faced violence if they attempted to vote. In the North, most blacks were confined to ghettos, cut off from good schools, housing, and jobs. When Shriver saw the research he ordered, he was stunned. Of all the nation's poor people, half were children.
He became very, very committed to the point where this was no longer just a political assignment or something he needed to do because the president asked him, but this was something that had to be done and done right. And he became very passionate about it.
People are interested in being treated as human beings. They're interested in having other people treat them, as the Declaration of Independence says, as equals. That's the first thing that's needed in the war against poverty.
The civil rights movement has really elevated the notion of equality, and he wants to extend that spirit now to programs to end poverty nationwide.
You have to have that sense of human respect and dignity and equality before these other specific programs, like a health program or an educational program, can have its maximum effect.
Shriver called up anyone who knew anything about poverty. Activists, scholars, the priests and nuns who worked among the poor, and the reporters who wrote about them. In 16 weeks, they had a plan.
It's not a program of federal handouts to alleviate poverty temporarily. It is aimed to help those who are willing to help themselves get out of poverty by building up their skills, increasing their employability.
Shriver hated the idea of handouts, which he equated with what he called cheap grace, a kind of a charity which does not empower people.
The plan created OEO, the Office of Economic Opportunity. As in the Peace Corps, he wanted the poor to lift themselves out of poverty, and wanted privileged Americans to work among them. OEO launched Vista, Head Start, Youth Corps, Job Corps, Upward Bound, Foster Grandparents, Work Study, and a way to give poor communities resources for their own anti-poverty programs called Community Action.
Community action, as its name implies, is local action. We depend completely on local communities to come to Washington with their own programs of combating poverty in the ways that they see fit to do it in their own hometown.
So I feel that video, if it doesn't hit you at your heartstrings, then we need to talk. It is the very thing that drives me every single day, is to work to create opportunities so that all people have the ability to thrive. So, and I'll go into detail a little later in this presentation as to how we do just that. So Community Action, our agency is funded solely by the Community Services Block Grant.
and I want to provide to you a financial overview of our contracts for 2022 and then for 2023. So community action agencies receive base funding throughout the network, and it's based on population, on formulas. And so in 2020, we received our CARES funding on top of our regular 2022 contract. And I want to highlight in the CARES contract section, we received just roughly over $399,000 on the onset of the pandemic. And all of that, with the exception of a little over $13,000, was utilized for direct service within our communities, Calaveras and Mariposa counties. $13,500 roughly went to support housing staff, and that's it. Every other penny went directly into the community through a variety of services. So I'm very proud of that we were able to quickly shift our focus and work to redirect funding, and I'm very proud of that as an agency. CSBG is a federally funded investment that aims to reduce poverty in the United States. CSBG is funded by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Administration for Children and Families, and the Office of Community Services. You'll see that our 2022 and discretionary and regular still show an outstanding balance that need to be expended. Those funds, these amounts have changed since this report was created, and those full expenditure will happen by May 31st of 2023, and then we are currently working on our 23 contract. So our annual report, we were able to serve 4,862 individuals, equaling 4,544 households, and this was done through a variety of means. 60% of those services were provided through our Operation Comfort and Care program. And within that program, we have special projects that took place, a You Matter backpack project, which we provided backpacks to approximately 3,600 students, TK through some sixth graders in Mariposa County, all in a way to say, we see you, we recognize you through the pandemic, and these backpacks were filled with nothing but fun, loaded with bubbles and balls and crayons and markers and pens, and they were distributed throughout our elementary schools throughout both communities, both counties. We are active in disaster response and recovery efforts, where we will provide blankets and food and beverages to shelters, warming centers, cooling centers, amongst other things. Homeless outreach kits, go bags for volunteer firefighters, and essential supplies to seniors, families, and individuals in need. And these could be household products, something as simple as Pine Sol or deodorant. And there's nothing, no supply that is too small when you're in need of these items. 27% of the services were provided through housing supporting a portion of staff time in Calaveras County, as well as mortgage and rental assistance through the pandemic. Direct services provided through existing programs in both Calaveras and Mariposa County. And 13% of the services were provided through capacity building efforts, where we provided strength finders and strength-based leadership trainings to our private and public partners. So CMCAA in action. These are many of the activities that we have been engaged in through 2022 and continuing through 2023. CMCAA is very active. I will say this proudly. We're very active in disaster response, recovery, resiliency efforts. It's so important in our rural communities when you have several people that wear many hats, and that's how we do it locally. And so we step in where we can. We hold a function in the EOC, the ESF 17 function, where we work to coordinate volunteers and donations. So there's that, Operation Comfort and Care. I listed some of those activities prior. We also participate in health fairs and other events that we can on the right track. We've provided outreach through Calaveras High School, Mariposa High School, and Bret Harte. We provided homeless outreach kits to Mariposa County, worked with their Health and Human Services Agency, and then capacity building. So these are the things that we're actively engaged in. Strength-based leadership. We are a partner with the Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce and SBDC to provide lunch and learns for our business community. And then we work with Calaveras County Public Health to bring disaster preparedness trainings to our community. CMCAA in action, local, state, and federal engagement. This is so important. So we're not just confined to an office. We serve on boards and task forces and committees and represented at local, state, and federal levels. I'm very excited to share that we hold a seat on the 2023 CSBG, the Community Services Block Grant State Plan Work Group, representing rural community action agencies, as well as participation last year on the CSBG State Funding Allocation Task Force. It's so important that we have a rural voice at the table at a federal level, hearing what our challenges and our opportunities are. I believe this is one of the most important slides that I can share with you today. And Mother Teresa, I believe, says it best. I can do things that you cannot, and you can do things that I cannot. Together we can do great things. And here's just a list of partners that we work with, that we have worked with, and that we will continue to work with. And I feel wholeheartedly that I can come to a table with my strengths, but I also come to the table with my weaknesses. So it's so important to engage our partners and our collaborations so that others come to the table with their strengths, and I don't have to carry the weight. I'm not intended to. And then we create this cohesive collaboration, and that's how we serve our community best. Agency highlights. So CMCAA was featured in the Office of Community Services and Development, CSD. They are our state entity, our funder, so to speak. We were highlighted in the Spotlight July 2022 edition for the You Matter Backpack Project. We also received the Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce 2022 Golden Frog Award for the You Matter Backpack Project. And then I was blessed to be a presenter at the 2022 Cal Kappa Annual Conference in San Diego, specifically to the power of partnerships. On the horizon. So we just completed, the board just completed their 2023-2025 strategic plan goals. And they are as follows: funding and sustainability, working to grow our financial capacity and our sustainability, community outreach and promotion to create awareness of CMCAA. We want to be better at sharing all the great things that CMCAA is a part of, and partner with other agencies, organizations, and individuals to provide services. While we are currently do that, we can always be better at it. Our JPA revision, that is currently in the works, that will allow us to build capacity to serve our rural communities. And then last but not least, we just finished up our 2023 Community Needs Assessment, in which that document will drive our 2024-25 Community Action Plan. And so we are required to do this on a biannual basis, and it will identify gaps in services and opportunities, and then the board will then direct staff on how we deliver services to meet those identified needs moving forward. Our community action plan is currently posted on our website for public comment, so I would encourage anybody that can to go on and check that out, and please provide your input. Again, recognizing our board governance, that we are a tripartite board. That is a requirement of CSD and of the Community Action Network, that we have public sector, private sector, and low-income sector representation. And then last but not least, I will leave you with this. Before I play the video, I would just like to leave you with this thought. Community action is not a one-size-fits-all. The very design was to allow local communities to meet their needs through local action. While CMCAA carries the title, we all bear this responsibility. It's about helping people, changing lives, period. We're proud of the work we are involved in and the unique way in which we are blessed to serve our rural communities.
The Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency. Established in 1991 through a joint powers agreement between Calaveras and Mariposa counties, celebrates 31 years of meaningful service to our rural mountain communities. CMCAA is funded through the Community Services Block Grant, a federally funded investment that aims to reduce poverty in the United States. CMCAA board members, staff, and community partners, through thoughtful and intentional planning, are committed to creating opportunities to serve individuals, seniors, families, and children who are experiencing difficulties due to the challenges that life can often bring. During times of disaster, the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency works in partnership with local service providers, community organizations, nonprofits, and public agencies to provide support to those who have been impacted or displaced. It was our call to action that created the Operation Comfort and Care program that quickly provided mortgage and rental assistance to many who faced unforeseen hardships. Through the Operation Comfort and Care program, we embraced new partnerships and created special projects to foster a renewed hope of brighter days ahead for those we serve. Go bags were provided to local volunteer firefighters who often face the financial burden of purchasing these necessities while on the front line protecting our rural communities during emergencies and disasters. The You Matter Backpack Project was designed to love on our children and bring a smile back to their faces after 2 long years of experiencing the stress and burden that the pandemic placed on their tiny shoulders. It is our mission to improve the lives of our residents by developing and supporting community resources that promote health, safety, and economic self-sufficiency, and to ensure that all residents have the opportunity to thrive in their communities. The promise of community action. Community action changes people's lives, embodies the spirit of hope, improves communities, and makes America a better place to live. We care about the entire community, and we are dedicated to helping people help themselves and each other. We are community action.
And with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Is there board comments, questions? Supervisor Stopper.
You know, in years past, serving on the CMCAA board, it's a group of people that are just so phenomenally dedicated to the community and love their community, and they work to do the best work for the community. You know, as when they put the OEO together, as it said in the video, in the 1960s, you know, when they put it together, it was not put together to just give handouts, as, you know, help people that want to help themselves. And I think that's a mantra that we've talked about a lot inside this county and as a board, is a hand up, not a handout. And I completely love all the good work you do. Now, this is a federal funded agency. At the same time, these funds, a lot of these funds are going to the state or have state guidance around them just because of the way state laws work. And this is where I have not, you know, the organization, the people here are phenomenal. But with the way the state has structured moving forward on housing and everything, it's tying our hands in so many ways. And what I see from my point of view is them putting it into Health and Human Services and telling them, look, you go find ways to build homes. Look, Health and Human Services don't build homes. You know, what the state structured has constricted the ability of good people like you to do the good work, in the sense that they're just building the bureaucracy, and the money's not helping as many people before it hits the ground. It's just being burned up before it gets there in a lot of ways. And I brought up with the CSAC I went to in 2019. They sat up there during a meeting before they started doing these housing requirements for counties. And they went through 5 different things. We're going to make you fire hardened homes. We're going to make every house have solar on it, and all these things. And then at the end of their statement, the state's like, and then we're going to hold counties accountable for making houses affordable for people. I was like, I raised my hand. I was like, excuse me? You just said 5 different things that make houses cost more to build. And then you just say, you're going to have a government agency that doesn't build homes, you're going to hold them accountable for building them cheaper? I'm sorry, that doesn't make sense. Everyone in the room agreed. It was actually a planning thing with Peter Maurer and the planning director of Los Angeles County. And it was like, one size doesn't fit all, doesn't work for rural counties. And actually LA County is like, it's a one size doesn't fit anybody. It doesn't work for LA either. So I appreciate the good work you do. To fathom getting through all the things you actually are able to do is hard for me to see, because all the roadblocks and hurdles in the way of you doing your good work. I appreciate all the work you and your people do, Stacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Stopper.
Any other board comments? Supervisor Fallendorf?
Yes, I was just going to say I've enjoyed being on the board, and it's great working with the Mayor Pro Tem County supervisors and the volunteers that make up the board as well. They're all give up their time out of their day to show up and volunteer and help out when the need is there. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hubbard.
I just wanted to say thank you, Stacy. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say that I was on CMCA years ago. And this agency, Stacy, you brought it a long ways. Before it was just, we got a set amount of money from the state and through the federal government, and we just allotted it to 3 or 4 different things every year, and that was basically all of it. At one time, we were going to actually try and turn it over to ADCA, or Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency at one time. We didn't do that, and I'm so glad that we didn't do that. I'm glad that Mark stepped up for a while, and he got the things going, and then you took over, and you just got things going very well. You got a great board, and you guys are out there in the community helping, and I really appreciate all the things you've done for this agency. Thank you, Stacy, and your staff, and your everything.
Thank
all
you.
the members. So thank you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I also want to, before I leave, I have to give a special shout out to, as you'll notice, I am a staff of 1.05, and that 05 is probably the most important piece of who we are. Ms. Lauren Scrimmager, she's our fiscal administrator at Health and Human Services, in which none of this is possible. She keeps us all in line, and I appreciate her. And again, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, is there any public comment on this item? None in the room? Do we have anybody online?
There is none online.
None online. Okay, well, thank you for your presentation, Stacy. And we'll just take a couple-minute break for her to break down. And authorize the board to sign an agreement with Renee Ramirez, MD, to serve the Calaveras County Health Officer as the Calaveras County Health Officer for the period of July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, for the not-to-exceed amount of $166,400.04.
Yes, thank you.
Curious about the 4 cents. And 2, adopt a resolution appointing Renee Ramirez, MD, as a Calaveras County Health Officer effective July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, in line with the aforementioned agreement.
Well, good morning. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Corey Allen, Health and Human Services Agency. We return with this item today. We wanted to be able to answer any specific questions that your board may have.
Is there any board questions on this item?
I had put in my questions before, and she's forwarded me quite a bit of things. On 2, compensation and payment 2.1, total compensation for services described in Exhibit A, scope of work services, contractor to be compensated, all that, the all-inclusive rate of $13,860.67. So somewhere around the way that comes out to
4 cents.
4 cents. Yeah, if you put in a 0.09 somewhere. But per month. In the event of a public emergency requiring contractor to provide additional services beyond those described in Exhibit A, a scope of work, additional services, contractor shall be reimbursed at the rate of $200 per hour, which will additional, it goes on to say that the $166,400.04 per year could go up to $200,000. I believe what I read, based on an emergency event, which we have been in the last few years. In that time, you forward me the 21-22 monthly payments and the 22-23 up to current monthly payments on that. And every one of them was 13,000 flat on the 0.42 or 0.4 FTE. Am I correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
So at no time did he, during the pandemic event, when it was still open, did he charge over that?
Correct, not at all.
Right. With that understanding, I just like that to be considered in the future, that, because she did forward me the comparison on salaries at a 4/10 FTE, he is actually paid more based on the 4/10 than surrounding county-like counties. Some of those counties do pay more because they do an FTE. But based on the 4/10 and the amount that we pay, we are now going into a non-pandemic event. I'm willing to move this item and approve it, because the state requires us to have a public health official. I do support having a public health official. In the future, I think that we could consider possibly in future years how we could extend those dollars to best help the people. And that's all I'm asking for, is that consideration for future contracts. So, yeah, barring any other supervisors' comments or anything, I would like to make a motion once you do public
comment. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Public
I
comment.
have a question.
Yes, Supervisor Carmody.
We have a contract for 16 hours a week, 2 full work days. Do we have a medical doctor working for our staff 2 full days a week?
Yes, and it's broken out over a 24-hour period, 7 days a week. He is responsive to hundreds of animal bites. We've had water issues, air issues, countless contagious disease control requests that we've had, and they happen at any time of day or night. We've had rabies incidences. I would argue that he works more than the 16 hours per week, several incidences over and over. I cannot articulate exactly the amount of hours beyond the 16 hours, but I feel very confident that he's providing you further than the 16 hours he actually accounts for.
Well, we should certainly compensate someone for the work that they do, so maybe we could have those numbers and we'll figure out if we owe them more money. Hundreds of animal bites?
Yes, since July of last year, correct.
Okay, that's a lot of bites. No, thank you.
And I'll attest that I was one of those.
Some may or may not have had a rabid.
And I would say that Dr. Ramirez personally called me 2 times on it, once right after and once a couple weeks later, so he was on it.
I thought-
Just to make sure you weren't
I
rabid.
thought we called him as a board member.
Probably.
Call you back.
No, it wasn't because I was a board member.
No, but I
Because
thought that was your complaint before, that he hadn't called.
Well, that it was, but he didn't make 2 phone calls because of the incident that I experienced.
Well, that's one way to get to 5
And
votes.
that is what his.
That is one way.
Yeah, that's what his job is. I was just attesting that he does do what he's supposed to do, so, personal experience from it. So we have any public comment out there? No public comment in the room? How about public comment online?
There's none online.
None online, so I'll bring it back. And Supervisor Stopper, you were going to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion in full on what we have presented to us at this time.
A motion by Supervisor Stopper,
Oh, second.
second by Supervisor Fallendorf. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
We'll move on to the next item. Item number 31 This is an informational item from Integrated Waste Management to provide us with an update regarding the Clean California Free Dump Days. Yes.
Yes, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Megan Osborne, Department Analyst with Integrated Waste Management. I am reporting on the Clean California events that took place in this current fiscal year. We partnered, Integrated Waste Management partnered with Caltrans and the Clean California Initiative, the Greater Valley Conservation Corps, and the Mattress Recycling Council to bring a total of 6 Clean California free dump days to Calaveras County, starting in November of 2022, and we finished in February of 2023. The events were strategically held throughout the county in West Point, Arnold, San Andreas, Angels Camp, Valley Springs, and Copperopolis. The goal of this partnership was to help us eliminate the dangerous and unsightly illegal dumping and bring conveniences to our residents by providing them an opportunity to dispose of unwanted waste tires, appliances, and mattresses at no cost. The staff report did not include the collection numbers for our last event in Copperopolis, so I want to give an update on those collection numbers. We did serve a total of 500 residents at all 6 events. We collected 940 tires, 703 appliances, and 421 mattresses. And Caltrans did reimburse IWM for the total cost of all of these events, and that was a total of $42,557.39. So this is a multi-year cleanup effort led by Caltrans, and we are moving into this next round of cleanup days. We're now referring to them also as free recycling events instead of free dump days, trying to work on our messaging there. But we have scheduled 6 more events starting in July 8th, and we'll wrap up September 9th. We're working on the details of the locations of all of those, working with all those partners to schedule the details. And we would like to wrap up this year before the winter hits. We ran into some snow and rain and sleet, but it did not deter people from coming out to any of those events that we held. So I'd like to thank you for all your support, and if you have any questions or comments.
Supervisor Garamendi?
I love this program, and it just does wonders. As long as we can keep it going, let's do it. Certainly, tires and appliances, it saves our road. It's public works awareness. It's a lot better to not have our guys and gals have to pick that up off the side of the road. It's just super, especially the tires. They just tend to stack up everywhere. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you.
Any other board comments? Yes, Supervisor.
Hi, Megan. Thank you. I actually live just off Highway 4, and I deal with tires and mattresses all the time. Is there anything we could do on these dump days for constituents who don't have a truck who can haul this to the free dump days?
Recycling days.
Recycling, sorry.
Yes, the free recycling days.
For example, I don't have a truck at the moment,
Right.
and it makes it difficult that I currently have about 10 tires and 2 mattresses I'd love to get rid of.
Mhm. We can definitely look at that. We'll look at some of that and see if there's something we can do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other supervisor? No? Okay, I'll open it up to public comment. Is there any public comments in the room? Seeing none, is there any online?
There is none online.
Well, this was an informational item, and I want to thank you very much, and going through this and setting this back up again for this year. It's a great program, and thank Calaveras for doing this, and as for you guys for embracing it and setting everything up so we can get that. Just get the word out there when we have it committed to the place and the dates. Last time in the Valley Springs area and Copper, it was kind of wait till, but if we can get it going forward so it's out there and people know. Plenty of time. I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right, we move on to the next item. Item number 32 is the resolution integrated waste management. Adopt a resolution accepting the Cal Waste 8.21% rate increase for the contract year of 2023-2024. Jennifer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jennifer Cashy, Director of Integrated Waste Management, Chair, respected members of the board. Thank you for having me. The item here is based upon our contract that we established with Cal Waste in 2016. Within that contract, we see a service rate adjustment, an annual service rate adjustment. This year, the annual service rate adjustment is at an 8.2% increase, which would increase the monthly consumer cost of a 35-gallon cart by $2.23. A 65-gallon trash cart would increase by $4.81, and a 95-gallon cart would increase by $8. This increase is reflective of their request based upon their increased to their items that they have projected. And as indicated before on our 2016 contract, should the board not choose not to adopt this Cal Waste contract increase of 8.2%, the county would be required to compensate for that increase back to Cal Waste. So that would result the county not realizing $186,000 in franchise revenues, and would additionally require the counties to subsidize that difference in an amount of $346,395. IWM is not recommending that we absorb this financial, because we are not able to absorb this right now and carry out our necessary functions.
Any board comments or questions? Supervisor Stopper?
Yeah, so we would absorb this if we voted no. In no way can we make a suggestion on changing the percentage as per the contract, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so one other question. What were the rates in 2016?
I don't have that number in front of me. I apologize, Supervisor Stopper, but I could get those for you.
No problem. I was just curious on total percentage of rate increase from 16 to 2023.
I actually, Supervisor Stopper, I have the 2016 franchise agreement up, and I believe that Exhibit A included the monthly rates that were in place
right
then, and it was $22 for a 35-gallon cart, and then $47.50 and $79 were the three.
What is the 35-gallon?
So this is the exhibit. Oh,
Today?
I have that increased amount in front of me, so that 35-gallon is increased at $2.23 since last year. Last year, we had a 6.3% increase. We've experienced.
Total, Jennifer,
What's the cost now, today, with this 8.2?
I apologize, I don't have that number in front of me either.
29.37. For the 35-gallon. Thank you, Mary Beth, I appreciate it.
Any other board comments? Supervisor Garamendi.
Jim, thank you very much. What is the percentage of our residents, generally speaking, that use Cal Waste versus hauling their own?
We have about 25%,
The 25%.
correct.
And so this isn't related to this, but kind of, so if we didn't have a landfill or transfer stations, that would increase, obviously, there'd be no other option for people to haul their garbage. They'd all have to join Calaveras, correct?
If we eliminate our transfer stations?
Yeah.
That is correct, yes.
So it's kind of in, yeah, I'm just going back to, you know, our, a deal's a deal. I don't like this deal, but the deal is what it is. There's been a lot of misconception, bad information that's been put out
I agree.
in this county through our partners that is misleading and self-serving. So that's just, is what it is. That's a statement, not a question.
I agree with Supervisor Garamendi, and the other option would be along the side of the road.
Mhm.
If they don't have the money to do that. You talked about that email that went out, the information went out. I didn't see a constant contact email go out regarding this 8.21% increase by the same people that sent the other one out. It was kind of avoided. It was not even mentioned. I don't even know how many people know this is on our agenda now. Because again, there was no constant contact email sent out saying, hey, we're raising our rates. You know, the only thing was against the county. And you're right, it was very misleading and a lot of it was not accurate. It picked out certain things. So I'm still hearing things about that. We even heard a public comment this morning about it. But yet nothing was been done or said about 8.21% increase for Cal Waste and the fact that we have no choice. There was, again, no constant contact. Email sending out saying, hey, we're raising our rates and you can't do anything about it. That was not done. So it was one-sided. The other thing is I want to ask Cal Waste, I'm just concerned because generally I'm up and and I use their service and I'm out and about in my property and I most of the time see Cal Waste that comes on Monday in the morning AM to pick up the waste. And we have two containers. We have one for household waste and we have one that says recyclables. Yet when the guy, and you would think that it would be two different trucks that come and empty those containers, but it's one truck who picks up each container and dumps it right into the same truck. So why are we separating it when it all goes into one truck? When it gets hauled to Double Springs and you guys start separating it there, why don't we just have one large container and we just do it?
I think Martin can probably explain that
There's a divider in the truck. So
I've never seen a divider.
no,
Picked it up.
inside the truck.
Uh-huh.
So when you put garbage goes this side, then they push it over, then the recycling goes on the other side.
That's,
Am I right? Split body truck.
is that correct? Okay, well, I was just wondering because I see them dump it all in the same, and I'm thinking, why are we
You
separating?
get Double Springs, I'll show you one. It's pretty cool. It's less trips down your road, emissions in the air, and wear and tear on the road. So it's a split
Okay.
body truck.
All right, good, that's why I asked the question.
No,
You have to go in it? I'm not going in it, Maribel. I'm not going in it.
You take a camera and go down.
now you just gotta get them to load from both sides so that you don't have to go down the road
Yeah,
twice.
from the center of the road. Okay, well, thank you for that information because I've watched it and watched it. I'm just thinking, why are we separating, not, when it's going in the same truck? So, okay. Any other board questions or comments?
I have one thing to follow up on because, I had that question. I would just want to work the numbers. So 25.1% is the raise on the rates from 2016 till current. That's in the contract. As Mr. Garamendi said, a deal's a deal. That's the deal made by the board in 2016. That's the board we abide by and we have to respect until 2026. When 2026 comes around, definitely a consideration by the board then should be on how that's structured and how we may or may not have a say in those types of contractual agreements, along with anything that may be a monopoly on hauling services. That's, we're obligated to the contract, but we have the choice in the future to make things better or right for the county and its constituents.
So I will open up to public comment. Public comment in the room? No public comment. Is there any online?
There is no public comment online.
No public comment online. We'll bring it back to the board. Open for a motion. Do I have the motion?
So, I don't wanna. So moved.
A motion by Supervisor Stopper. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second by Supervisor Hubbard. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Enthusiasm.
Yeah. So split truck Hubbard duty, though. Apparently he knows all about it.
No comment.
All right. We will go on to item, I'm being asked to take a break. Can we take a 5-minute break?
We're good. So far, so good.
All right, we are back. We're on to item number 33. This is the last item on our regular agenda. It's an informational item, from Code Compliance. It's to receive a Code Compliance 2023 update and conduct a study session. Mr. Oliver.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Doug Oliver,
Sabrina.
Chief Building Official. With me is Sabrina Cable, our Senior Code Compliance Officer. What we're bringing you is discussion, some ideas. We've been listening for the last couple of years, and we've been listening to the community, to the sheriff's office, to the board members. And we've been watching process as we look at improving the code compliance program. And I guess I just want to say, to make no illusions about it, I understand that the code compliance program years ago generated some negative press, if you will, surrounding enforcement and management of the first attempt at a cannabis program. Code compliance is meant more than anything to be a hub and a support mechanism for every department in the county in order to ensure compliance. Okay, so compliance with state regulations, with county ordinances, with building codes, safety codes. But they're a support mechanism, and being incorporated into the building department, they follow the same general guidelines that I presented to your board when you appointed me, 4 years ago now. We educate first. And what Sabrina and I have been doing in the last few years is looking at ways that we can enhance service to the community and show that we can be effective while also show some compassion and show some flexibility and try and promote education and awareness first. That being said, we have a series of items that we want to provide that we would want your feedback on before we start making some significant changes to how we do the job to meet the needs that your board has expressed to me many years ago that I take very seriously. So with that being said, we'll kind of get right in here. We're attempting to meet all of the strategic plan objectives that your board has presented to us. And part of this is reviewing and updating the code compliance ordinance, chapter 806. We're also increasing our interdepartmental coordination. You'll see that throughout this, we're going to be highlighting which departments we envision being involved with us as we make these improvements. We're going to be enhancing education and outreach for residents and businesses. Now, your board's strategic focus was business orientation, but it makes sense that as we identify issues that pertain countywide, we should be doing more outreach. We should be providing more handouts, more awareness up front. And then a big item was the blight cleanup in tourism corridors. So it's going to be a critical component that I'd like to discuss and get your feedback on. And then developing the process for triaging and prioritizing code compliance cases, which we now have a successful model that we want to show you that seems to be working quite well. And this is actually what it is. The triage process is a priority assessment matrix where every investigator that goes out to a site, they're going to catalog the violations, and then they're going to look at this ranking list, and they add a point for everything that they fall into. So you will gain a point for being an imminent danger to the public. You will gain a point for being a public hazard that's present in a highly trafficked area that has potential to impact public spaces. If there are hazards to occupants, we're going to add a point. If it's an attractive nuisance and we know that it's generating people going to the site to get in there and it becomes an attractive nuisance, we add a point for that. High visibility, and then also multiple complaints. If we have persistent complaints from multiple people, that adds a point. If you've got other agencies, if the sheriff's office calls us or a fire district calls and says, hey, we have a problem, we add a point. And then if there's just egregious violations where the responsible party is just unrepentantly doing things that are creating a hazard in the public, we add a point. And then so for every one of our cases in our tracking system, we have that total for every case. The highest number gets the highest priority currently. So you may have a substandard house that is only a hazard to the occupants but is a minor hazard. You can have a substandard house that has similar hazards but is on a main thoroughfare and is generating all kinds of other complaints, and maybe that hazard is a potential fire hazard and the fire chief doesn't like it because it could burn neighboring buildings. Okay, now that's a higher priority. That's the one we're going to target. So this system has been working well since we've started, and we do want to talk a little later on about maybe adding a point or two for if your board decides that there is another type of priority we need to latch on to enhance this triage process. We can talk about that a little bit further through the presentation. Is there any questions with this before I move on? Okay. Sir.
In our general plan, we say reducing visual blight, but we don't specify tourist corridors. We took that out, if you recall. So we're going to define where we're going to focus on, right?
Yes. Yes. And as I said, we'll currently the presentation is the tourism corridors, but if your board decides you want to expand that for any reason in any direction, let's have that conversation, because ultimately, we're providing the service as directed.
I just wanted to clarify that the strategic plan doesn't cite tourist corridor.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Scan.
What's that?
Scan forward.
Correct, sir. So another one of our successes that we brought back a couple years ago has been the abandoned vehicle abatement program. There was a delay when I came on board. There was contractual issues with tow vendors, and Sabrina had sorted that out, and we hit that in earnest. And we've made a lot of progress in towing abandoned vehicles. We intend this next budget season to increase, or this budget cycle to increase the amount of activity. Currently, we have about a quarter of an FTE, and we respond to complaints. We intend, in order to meet the strategic plan goals, to increase that to a full-time person. And we'll talk about whether or not you have an interest in them being proactive and going after abandoned vehicles. This includes anything that ends up on the roadway with wheels. It doesn't cover boats, it doesn't cover jet skis, but your trucks, cars, buses, those things that are abandoned on private property or in the roadway, we have an opportunity to abate those and remove some of that visual blight. Sir?
I just curious about boats, because there's one off the road on 12.
It's not on a trailer, so we can't get it. I know. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we all know which one I'm talking about.
Yeah,
it's that's still considered blight. I just, how can we solve that in the future is my question.
And we will definitely be talking about that, because that goes from the abandoned vehicle program into a nuisance abatement program that we can be more proactive about. So we're definitely going to run into that. There is a fee that's collected on everyone's license or their renewal on their vehicle registration that we need to take back to have it voted on again. That, I'll get into the next slide that identifies some of the information on the abandoned vehicle abatement program. We actually performed more abatements in 21 and fiscal year 21-22. This last cycle, we did have some staffing issues. We had some people out, and that did affect the numbers. But once again, this was just based on a quarter of an FTE, as opposed to having someone available to do that job all day long. So we can expect that with the visual blight component and the nuisance abatement component, we will be using the abandoned vehicle program a lot more frequently, and in conjunction with greater cleanups to try and save the abatement fund and use that and spread that out a little further to meet our strategic goals. This is one of the biggest positive comment generators. People don't like seeing wrecked vehicles on the side of the road, and we actually, this is one of the services, the only service that I'm aware of that we provide within the city of Angels Camp, because it is a joint power. So we're not just cleaning up the county at large, we're also cleaning up the incorporated city of any of these vehicles. Critical item for nuisance abatement. It's important, I didn't want to jump the gun on this, but the fee that's collected that funds this program, we are going to take it to a vote to carry it forward. It is not a new fee. It's been around for a long time. We're simply maintaining that fee. And it's $1 for every vehicle registered in Calaveras County, and $2 for commercial. So it's not a huge imposition, and it's expected. It's been around for a very long time. So we're hopeful that we can maintain and get that vote necessary to carry it forward. Sir?
That vote is, we pass that. This is the Board of Supervisors, correct?
That's a ballot initiative.
Yeah, but we would have to approve it to go to the ballot, is what you're, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be coming later this year, and then hopefully on the March 24 ballot.
Okay, it's good to know. Maybe you can take a look at what would happen if it was $2. I mean, I know that's difficult.
I'm not certain we can increase the amount.
I believe it's a state, fee. Mhm.
Okay.
I agree, though.
Yeah, it would be helpful.
How many vehicles? And do we know the number of vehicles based on what you get with that fee within the county of Calaveras, or what's the revenue on it?
Approximately 60,000 a year.
Okay.
It's approximate.
Okay,
what we get.
that sounds pretty close. Yeah.
In addition to that, because it's a fund that builds over time, If we were at half an FTE or a quarter of an FTE, we're not using all that, and it is banking in that account that we can then spend. So right now, unfortunately, I don't have that number, the number in front of me of what is currently in the account, but we can safely cover all the abatement activities under the current budget. And if we need to increase that for any reason, there is enough left over if we see a need in the community that we can bring that to your board. So there's plenty there for us to use to get this task done. And generally, the interdepartmental coordination is the sheriff's office, any county departments. Usually it's the public works department or any of the other departments that are finding these vehicles. Highway patrol regularly tags vehicles and notifies us of a tow. And it's open for any complaints from the neighborhood or from the public at large. So as things come in, we just deal with it. But once again, there isn't a proactive component. We don't have someone going out and looking for them. It's 100% complaint generated. So as far as progress goes, we have a proposed draft of 806. It's in a very rough form. A lot of what we're talking about today is what we hope to incorporate into a version that can be brought to your board for comment. My hope is that the end result from today will make just a couple more changes, and then I can bring forward a greater plan for you. But we intend on doing a lot of things to streamline the process, and much of what we're going to be talking about today is just that. So we're going to go into the challenge and solution around here, where we're going to let you know what hardships we're having, and then we're going to let you know what we think could help, and then hopefully at the end of this, we can go through and get direction on what you want us to do. And then if that changes at all as part of this communication, we know what to implement. Streamlining notice requirements to be consistent with state law. We have a notice process in 806 that it's supposed to be simplified, but between one notice and another, there are different amounts of information. We have certain types of cases by state law that require notice to more parties than, like for instance, a substandard housing case has far more notice to affected parties, tenants, financially responsible parties than, say, a zoning violation. And so we need to find a way to streamline that and make it to where it's easy to enforce without making a mistake that causes a case to start over. Many applicable laws requiring extensive research. There's a lot of stuff, especially where you have cannabis starting to work its way in, and we have different layers of enforcement regulation contained in health and safety code, in government code, and various other codes that we have to comb through to make sure we're not tripping over anything. And there are continual changes based on case law and legislation that keep coming out. So we want to try and stay ahead of it as much as possible, but provide the simplest possible solution. Ultimately, this update is long overdue. Things have been, it's not as though things just started changing. There's been a long history of these changes over time that we need to catch up with. So the different requirements for different case types as far as notification, our goal is to go into 2 enforcement tracks. One for substandard housing, and I would add to that substandard housing, dangerous buildings, and anything impacting health and public safety. We want to try and focus it down into a notice track and a enforcement track for that, and then for the other code violations that are more administrative, we have a more simplified track than that with less notification and simpler forms. Ultimately, for code compliance, my vision here is that we treat this no different than a speeding ticket. If you did something wrong, here's your notice, here's your opportunity to correct it. If you don't, here's the fine, have a nice day. You know, if you feel like you were noticed in error, you know, here's your day in court, or in our case, the appeals process. So we want to keep it as simple and easy to understand as possible. Process time is a huge issue because of the layers of law that we have to negotiate. It's frustrating because your constituents are filing a complaint and it might take 2, 3, 4 months to see any activity because of the steps involved. And then getting abatement authorization actually takes a lot of time to prepare because we're bringing it forward to your board. The current mechanism for getting abatement done usually starts with, here's your notice of violation. You have, let's say 30 days to clean up all the garbage. They wait 30 days. They don't clean up the garbage. So we send out now a citation and we say, okay, now here's our case management fee. You're now going to be charged a fine of $100 a day, and you have another 30 days to clean up your garbage. And then if that doesn't happen, then we have to book a date to bring to your board a consent calendar item saying that we want authorization to abate the nuisance. And then that item could be pulled, or the customer could come in and pull it, and then, if there's, you see where this is going, it drags the situation out. There are other jurisdictions who have implemented language in their ordinance that states that the board is authorizing county staff to abate the nuisance should there be a violation where there is no appeal. We are authorized to abate and lien for costs. Assessments are required by law to go to your board for a vote. And there's a mechanism that we want to use to make that simpler as well. But ultimately, what we want to do is have a system where here's your notice, here's your polite reminder. Okay, you didn't listen, here is your abatement costs. And if you don't clean it up and you don't appeal, we intend to come out and abate it by doing these things. And then if they don't appeal, we immediately schedule a contractor, put it on the schedule, and start that process. It's going to eliminate a lot of time, a lot of paperwork, and ultimately reduce the cost to provide those services. Then on the assessment side of things, what we want to be able to do is, as we have people who did not pay for those services once we've done the abatements, we want to bring forward to your board, rather than going every time we have one come up and bring you a consent calendar item, we want to do like other entities do and just bring you quarterly or just before the tax rolls close, however the mechanism would work more efficiently. We want to bring you one board item authorizing the assessment of these specific cases on these, on these sites for these amounts, so that you know the entire scope of the work that was done, and we can provide you a format to where you know there was adequate notice, there was adequate opportunity for appeal, the abatement was conducted appropriately, and here is the cost, and then you know what the bottom line is that you would be signing to get assessed in one shot. It takes it from maybe 10, 15 different board actions to one board action. So we're hoping to streamline it in that fashion.
Okay, two different things. When you're talking about lien for cost and the tax roll, it's a lien based on assessed taxes. So at that point, in situations, let's say the trash abatement, if they don't clean it up, you end up going and cleaning it up. That cost gets liened against the property upon sale, and could be as much as 5 years before realization on the return on that money in many cases. How's that money absorbed to the point of that 5 years later? How do we pay for that during that time?
So that's, I'm addressing that a bit later on.
Okay, no, I can wait for that.
No, that's a good question. There's actually two tracks. Liens and assessments are two distinctly different things. So a lien is simply a place marker saying if this sells, there's a stake here. Assessment is different. This assessment is actually assessed as real taxes towards the property value. So when the tax rolls come out and someone gets billed for their property taxes, that's included. And that is paid back. And if it's not paid back, then it's delinquent, like a tax, any other tax is delinquent. And then it goes into your 5-year time frame. So yes, we're going to talk about how we try and move that forward a little faster too.
The second part, and more specific to this, is, you talked about the time on situations like with the trash abatement, for example, but other ones that, like, let's say, go into a point where it's a code compliance, a lot of these go into either public health also. And, the code compliance thing could be a public health issue. Is there any way we can streamline getting those taken care of quicker? Just because it can have an effect environmentally or another way on the people surrounding that situation?
Absolutely. In fact, what we want to do is work with our partner development agencies to make sure that we're complying with all the state regulations. A good example is solid waste, garbage piles. State law, as I understand it, from talking with environmental health, you have 7 days to remove garbage. You can't have garbage on your site more than 7 days. So if we have a pile of garbage, our code compliance case can be, you have 7 days to clean this garbage up or appeal. We can modify 806 to identify as well that in certain types of cases that are egregious or constitute a health risk, that we can bypass the friendly reminder, the notice of violation, and go straight to the citation. That does allow them to appeal. They still have their due process, which I'm probably going to come back around on this a couple of times, but due process is vital. It's absolutely important. The friendly reminder component isn't necessary in the context of an emergency or a health or environmental hazard. And I do want to entertain the idea of bypassing those friendly reminders in those cases. So once again, going back to finding a way to meet the appeal and the due process requirements and still make this timely is going to be very important moving forward. I see Sarah thinking. Yeah, okay. Very good. Okay, so one of our other challenges, Sabrina used a very nice word here for slumlords. The recalcitrant landlord, the substandard housing is a huge issue. It's not just a dangerous or unhealthy environment for the tenants, but it also represents reduction in property values, increased risk of fire, increased risk of criminal activity in a neighborhood from depressed properties or deteriorated properties. And there's just a lack of good housing in this county. What we want to do is enhance how we pursue substandard housing to get these dilapidated buildings back out there as healthy occupiable structures. But we have a difficulty here. We want to show a little compassion here that in many cases, the tenants have nowhere else to go. They have nowhere else to go, or they don't have the money to move. And that's a significant factor. Now, there are some tenants who have caused the problem, in which case, that has to be vetted out in the investigation process. But when it's truly a situation where the landlord is not maintaining the property, not looking out for the best interests of the health and safety of his occupants, there are mechanisms for the county to act and still show a level of compassion for those tenants. And it looks like tenant relocation assistance. This has been on the books for a very long time. We can only use it currently in the sense that we can identify if a tenant is eligible, but then it's on the tenant to seek that relocation assistance civilly. Currently, the way this is written and how it is implemented is that if the county has an enacting ordinance, we can determine if the tenant is eligible, and if they're eligible, we can provide 2 months fair market rent plus utilities to that individual so they can seek housing somewhere else. As if the building is bad enough that it has to be vacated, that's what triggers this component. But it does require an enacting ordinance, and it does require that we partition some funds, either from the abatement fund or to establish a separate fund, to be able to have enough money to vacate who we anticipate may get vacated for that year. Okay. Currently, because we do not have an enacting ordinance, we can educate them on the the citation document, because we're required to notice the tenants and the landlord, we can notice them that you are eligible. You're eligible for this much money, and if the landlord does not pay it within a timely manner, they may take them to small claims court for 2.5 times that amount, I believe it is. Yeah, 2.5 times that amount. So what we have to do is we encourage them, go to a real estate office, get the fair market rent for your area. That's the math. Go to your they have to do the legwork. Tenants that are in a situation like this often do not have the wherewithal to do that, and landlords will typically ignore them because they don't have the ability to seek legal advice. Now, we try to remind them of resources. We try and put them in touch with, pro bono legal assistance, that sort of thing, but the resources aren't there. This is an opportunity for us to say, we know you're in this bad situation. Here's the money necessary to go. We're boarding this up in a month. You have, or a week or a day or whatever the case may be. You have to be out. And then we seek that from the landlord. Now, once again, there has to be due process, so there is an ability for the landlord to appeal and say, hey, that wasn't my fault. And that's not only fair, it's expected. We have to have that mechanism in place as well. But this does, I mean, if we were to set aside $50,000, that's 10 households that could be relocated in an emergency where someone has let a property deteriorate to the point where we have to board it up. So something to consider, and I strongly recommend it because that gives us the ability. Nobody in my office wants to kick a person out of a home, especially if it means going into a tent. How is that any better? Right? We want to be able to give someone the ability to go to some place that is safe, not put them in a potentially more hazardous situation because this is technically legally unsafe. So this is the best possible solution to that problem.
Thank you. Doug, as you know, I'm very familiar with this challenge. We had a family in Oak Hill in the illegal rental. We had to red card, board up the house. Fortunately, Health and Human Services and Robin Carter stepped up and got a roof over this family's head. But we all felt, oh no, what's going to happen to this family that's getting put out on the street? We don't need to increase our homeless population. Does Health and Human Services, do they have funds available to, that they could work with you and on the spot step up and provide this backstop? Are we coordinating it?
So I can't speak to the exact programs, but Health and Human Services does have programs to help certain individuals in certain categories, but there are limitations. Like, for instance, many of the programs, you're not allowed to have pets. That's a problem. If they have a cherished pet, they have to surrender it to animal control in order to take advantage of this program. Or if they in a way have to leave that pet, they're not going to do it. So there's opportunity there, but it's limited opportunity, and they have to comply with those standards. This is an enhancement to that, and in many ways is probably going to be the lead because it's not conditional on any state regulation other than, is this substandard, do you need to leave? So it is. Go ahead.
I was just going to piggyback on that, and I think that you just kind of hinted at it, but I would say most, all of HHSA's programs, you have to be income qualified, or there are other restrictions that it's not just that you've been displaced, that folks may not meet those criteria.
Right.
So I think a supplement is kind of a good way of describing it.
Yeah, we don't want to, I'm glad that you have on here that the recalcitrant landlord is going to be ultimately held responsible, because these families, they wouldn't be living there if they didn't have to.
Exactly.
So we have to be human about the thing.
The other hurdle we have is just there's no other place that's open for them to go, even if we did have the resources to put them somewhere.
Yeah.
We see it it's a weekly problem practically for us, and it really is hard to weigh the pros and cons when you just want to get someone safe, and it's like, what's right, what the right thing to do is, but you're limited. So this is a great solution.
Any further questions before I move on? Okay. So required interdepartmental coordination. County Council is going to be very helpful in helping us retool 806. Planning Department, HHSA, tax collector, auditor. In establishing a lot of what we do when it comes to substandard housing also involves there is a task force now that the sheriff has headed up to handle some of the biggest situations where it's not just the substandard housing, but a lot of other components, including crime, that ball up over some of these centralized areas. But any agency that sees that there is a substandard housing crisis, we encourage them to reach out to us. If there's a concern over the health of someone being placed in a building, we would love to interact before they place them in that building. So there's more than just this department. Anybody that sees a situation in a county agency that has a concern has contacted us. So the animal control has contacted us, sheriff's office, the fire departments will call and say, hey, this is a bad situation. Can you handle it? So moving towards that code compliance being the hub for enforcing these things for all departments, we want to enhance that communication. So more challenges. The compliance, this is a good problem to have, I'm just going to say. By adopting a fee for service for maintaining a case and placing it on the notice and saying, if you don't correct this violation within this time frame, we're charging you this fee because we're managing your case. A lot of people are correcting. They don't want to pay that fee. So huge deterrent is working. Downside, a lot of people are saying, I can't pay that right now. I know I need to get it done. Can you give me a couple more months? Can you give me 3 months? Can you give me 6 months? And if we don't go to citation on them, we are not collecting a fee for those services, which means we did not collect even a quarter, even a tenth of the revenue because either they're cleaning it up or they're asking for more time. Code compliance, I'm just going to say it, is not meant to make a profit. It's not even meant to break even. It is a service to the community, and if we can collect some form of revenue, and I will demonstrate in a moment that we are collecting revenue in various areas, but the goal is compliance, not to break even. That being said, if we're managing a bunch of cases to try and gain compliance, at some point we have to decide when are we going to charge that fee? Is citation the right place for that? So this is kind of a challenge for the board because it feels good to say if you clean it up, if you don't get a citation, you don't get a charge. But what about the person that drug out something that could be fixed in a month for 6 months? We really need to find some way to get some cost recovery. What we're looking for from your board is direction to identify that if someone wants to negotiate for more time, that we collect that case management fee because we are truly managing that case and probably a lot further out than if we abated the nuisance ourselves. We can abate a nuisance in maybe 3 months as opposed to someone who might need 6 months to fix it themselves because financial or family considerations, whatever the case may be. If we say, okay, we're going to manage this case, here's the fee for that, at least we're getting some income to staff a person to make sure we're following through on the cases that we're being compassionate about and giving them that time. So something to come back to later to discuss. RV dwellings. The housing crisis alone was, if that wasn't bad enough, we have Butte fire survivors. We have people that are not wanting to be found, that are hiding in corners. There's some significant, there's a significant level of people living in RVs, and for many different reasons. Some of them. And most of them not malicious in any sense. I don't want to make it look negative. People are having a hard time. The Butte Fire, there was an allowance for 5 years from your board to stay in an RV during reconstruction. That expired 3 years ago. Within the Butte Fire scar, we have survivors who are still living in RVs on their parcel, but we also have a situation where many of them have sold the property, have taken whatever settlement and left, and the new purchaser moved an RV in, which was not what your board intended. So there's many different levels of the use of RVs currently. We don't want to just go towing people's RVs all day long, but it's clear that we have a significant problem. It does impact home values, neighboring property values. It does impact health and safety if they do not have a septic system, if they are discharging water. We do have RVs where people are stabbing in fireplaces into these RVs, which constitutes a carbon monoxide and a fire hazard. We're heading into fire season, and if somebody decides to burn their RV down and sets a community on fire, that's a significant issue. So we have to find a way to abate the egregious ones and give an opportunity for people to transition out of the RV model. So, and at the same time, we hope to help alleviate the lack of inventory in housing. So taken together, what we want to do is two things. One, we want to move to identifying where there's a potential that this is a safe occupation, that we can manage this to get them to transition, meaning a temporary, and this may run into a discussion with planning and maybe a modification to ordinance code, but currently we don't have a net mechanism for anyone to stay in an RV over 14 days in a sitting and no more than 30 days in a calendar year. If we enter into a program where certain people that qualify can get a temporary RV dwelling hardship permit, it would essentially be a permit to put them on the map. We know where they are. We can identify this and alleviate any potential safety hazards, environmental hazards, and let emergency services know they're there and how to get to them. We think that this might be a good first step, so that they know that, there's a limited time they can stay. Here's your prep time to transition to something else. And once again, it tells the neighborhood, we see it, we're on it, we're monitoring it, and there's less hazard as a result of our involvement. Sir?
Never mind.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Aha. So who would qualify? I mean, if we can, it can't be, how do I say this? It has to be impartial. It has to meet a certain qualification. We don't anticipate allowing this in a zoning that is not a residential zoning. Having an RV parked at a site where it's an industrial plant or something is not in any way safe. It would have to be something to do with certain residential zoning types. We do anticipate that it would be a limitation. Your board could decide that the duration of time, we were kicking around 6 months or a year. There's also the opportunity to discuss whether you want them to be able to get an extension for extenuating circumstances, but what does that really look like? What we're doing is we're just kind of throwing the idea on the table for you to turn around and discuss it further, because honestly, this is kind of foreign territory. I'm not aware of any other jurisdiction doing something like this yet. Okay, and honestly, you're really not supposed to stay in an RV permanently unless you're in an RV park that is registered with the state. So this is foreign land we're walking through right now. We will need some information from them. So a simple strip map or site plan. Where are you located on your parcel? Where's your legal water and electrical source? Is there a sewage disposal that is adequate? Is it city sewer? Is it a septic system that's approved by environmental health? Do we want to maintain setbacks similar to a house from the property line? That way, we're at least staying consistent with fire code or building code. We want to look at something similar to that. We're kind of envisioning a stripped down version of a permit for like a shed or something, only it's meant to be temporary and go away at the end of this time period. And then we want to make sure that we have a right to inspect this site for the duration of that permit. If there's a complaint, we want to be able to go out and see if that complaint is valid. Sir, go ahead.
Just a quick question, as much to council as you. With this situation, and you're not sure if there's another jurisdiction doing this type of thing, in certain types of zoning in our general plan, it may have an impact environmentally that's not considered underneath our EIR. Is that correct? And will we need to do some type of small EIR to be able to prove such things, even though, or a non-mitigation issue because it's temporary? That's where I'm going with it.
It's possible. There's going to be, I mean, and Doug said that there's going to be a lot to look at and a lot of revisions at very least to county code in I think in multiple places. And that's obviously something that we'll have to look at as part of that.
I will say that with a declared housing emergency, we may have some flexibility here to say for a temporary basis because of the housing emergency that we can act this way. And I think that's the only, otherwise, yeah, we're changing the zoning to allow for this, and that has impacts. We did, between me, Sarah, and Mr. Elliott, there will be discussions. But I'm very hopeful that we can make this work. And then we have, the typical stuff, the indemnification. We need to make sure it's revocable, and then I guess we can say that this is an ongoing issue. It is growing as inflation grows, as the market change, interest rates going up. This is an ongoing problem, and it will continue to grow if we don't have some mechanism. Could this compound the problem? There's always a potential, but my thought process here and in talking this through with Sabrina, by the way, if this doesn't work, it's all Sabrina's idea. So, I'm kidding. But what I can say is that if we have oversight over this process, the worst thing that could happen is that we could decide that this is not working and bring it to your board and transition out. It's not something that in my mind is going to create a bigger problem. If anything, it just simply won't work well.
That would be more difficult than getting this program running, trying to transition out until all the people who gave permits that we're out of it now and you got to move.
Well, the best thing we could do in that case is to simply not issue any new ones and let the old ones expire and then transition them into some other form of housing. So
one of the issues I have, even though we do this and it says an extension or whatever, we're allowing this, and then the difficulty of getting them out once it's over, or the fact that you've gone past your extension and so forth because of the situation why we're doing this.
Right.
So there's a lot of considerations, and I know it's unique, it's innovative, maybe even, I don't know, but the reason it came about is because it is such an issue every week after week. Trailer, and like we were discussing with the tenants earlier, and having to weigh the pros and cons of, I know this is a substandard house, I want to kick these people out so they can go somewhere nicer, safer, but they don't have anywhere to go. It's the same thing with RV dwellings, and then if we do the abatement, what does that mean? That means we're taking it and we're destroying their RV. Now they really have no place to go.
Well,
So, and the other thing is once you issue the one permit, it growing. I mean, we've got a situation, as everybody knows, right off the highway by Toyon.
Yeah.
That thing has just
and that
expanded. So what's going to, I mean, we have the right to go out and inspect, like you say, for the permit, but and we have to keep an eye on that. Okay, you got one permit, and so we're just going to start expanding and end up with 4 or 5 or 6.
Well, to be clear, we want to make sure that this program is not intended to accidentally create an RV park. This is intended to help an individual on their property with their particular problem so they can transition into something better. If there's a landlord renting an RV on a parcel, they do not qualify for this. If two show up on the parcel and they're two different families, that's not going to work. So we need to be very clear that this is helping an individual with an individual problem, not trying to solve the homeless crisis.
That was my next question about renting out.
Yeah,
I own
no.
a property and my friend here needs a place to park his RV.
Yeah, this has to be very limited.
Think of it more in terms of like an ADU situation where one per parcel. For example, let's just use an example. My mother-in-law broke her hip and she needs somewhere to live. So we're going to put her in a trailer. We're having a hardship. We can't afford to put her in a care facility. We're going to put her in our backyard. We're going to get a permit for it, meet setbacks, et cetera. That's going to expire at the end of whatever term. If we still need it, we can apply for an extension. Maybe it would be granted. But one per parcel, think of it like ADU for emergency situations, not I'm going to get 10 from, and, no. So, well, yeah, definitely I could think one per parcel is reasonable. And so lots of considerations,
Right.
but yeah, nothing, we don't want to compound the problem.
Right, and they would have
We
to
wanna
stay in
work with-
compliance as well. I mean, I think the biggest concern I've done a lot of code compliance enforcement myself in the past, and you end up being in a situation, I think that's, here's some stuff buzzing. One of my biggest considerations here, I'm sorry, I'll finish my thought here. As a code compliance officer, you're driving down the street and every once in a while you're going to see an RV and you're going to look at it and you're going to say, okay, there's a giant pile of garbage and a car that's been cut in half and 2 pit bulls. I got to deal with that versus, well, that's a nice RV and look at that. They got flowers and they're mowing their lawn and they got garbage cans and how did they hook up to water? But you know what? They're taking care of the place. I have the ability to just let that ride. Well, okay, the county has the authority to choose the level of enforcement, but at the same time, how is that helping anyone? All it's doing is prolonging a problem, So this is part of a way to hopefully get more people to transition and not give the impression that the county is picking and choosing which RVs to enforce, because then it becomes subjective, then it becomes contentious, and we don't want to be, no code compliance investigator wants to be in the position to be accused of any form of special treatment. Sir, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask you, I remember 20 years ago when I built the powerhouse, I lived on my property for 2 years, and my understanding was that the county allowed you to stay on the property in a trailer or what have you, if you were building something. I can't remember if that was permitted at the time.
No, that is, and actually, I think that's the next slide, right? Oh, that's a good segue. Oh, okay, it's the next slide after this one. So, no, that's perfect. So.
That's 3 challenges then.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 challenges, 1 solution, 2, that's actually 2 solutions down. So, the pre-approved plans is something that we've been hinting at and slowly developing. What we're looking at doing as a standard is currently we have 4 plans that we're proposing that the county has inspected or has plan checked and said, if you want to use this plan, we'll cut the permit fee in half because we're not doing the plan check. We got it approved, it's good for 3 years, it meets all the requirements of the code. Take this plan, go down to a vendor, buy the materials, build your house. We have a 600 square foot model, 2 600 square foot models, and a couple of 1,200 square foot models. They are homes. They can be ADUs, they can be primary houses, but our goal is to say, and this, only in the last couple of years has any jurisdiction decided to take this on, and most building officials before that would say, we're not in the business of designing. Well, we're not really designing, we're saying this is legal. Take it and run. And so what we want to do is put those out on our website, start working with vendors, and they'll be in one of our slides how we're going to do that. But we get these out to the public, and we use that in conjunction with this program and say, okay, look, I know you got a financial hardship. I know you're trying to make it work for your family. So we're going to let you stay in this RV under this little ministerial emergency permit for the RV while you get your permit and get the materials. Once you have that permit, then you're right. It transitions to you're allowed to stay in an RV while you're building your home. As long as you maintain that trajectory, you end up with a home on the parcel and we can put that RV away. And then we're increasing housing stock and we're meeting a need and reducing the RVs.
Thank you, Doug. I've talked to you about this before. I appreciate you going forward on something like this. The pre-approved homes.
We're currently updating them for the current code standard. Go ahead, sir.
That's fine.
So currently we have 4 that we're trying to get pre-approved. We've talked to a couple of vendors on the outside of the county to see if they have an interest in taking that and providing a pre-packaged material, package with a price tag on it that says, if you use the county's permit or the county's permit program for this house, here's the price tag for the materials and we can have it delivered. They've recommended that, hey, can we take your plans and change the roof line or change a couple things on it to make it meet the look of the community? And to that I say, sure, there's no reason why you can't. These are meant to be taken and experimented with, and that allows us to get new versions on the books. I don't want to go crazy, but if we had maybe, 5 or 6 different versions with different roof lines and different window styles or something, so that, it looks a little different in Mountain Ranch than it does in Murphy's, it gives you the opportunity to make it enticing and have more people get on board. And we're not making it just for the RV issue, but also making it so that more people can take advantage of the property they have without having to consider, I need to live in an RV for 2 years to make this work. Okay, so we are going to, so that's the partnership with local businesses. We're starting that communication now, and it seems very positive. We also, I recommend partnering with our other development departments to try and see if in conjunction with this type of plan, can we streamline the other permits to ride along with it? Is there a way to tag on septic well? What can we do for minor grading or encroachment permits as an add-on to these to try and kind of condense it? I know the one-stop shop model is something that every jurisdiction likes to implement. Our topography doesn't allow it in many cases, but for a program like this, it might be something that we can streamline. I haven't had the opportunity to talk to those department heads yet, so if they're currently watching this board meeting, I will see you very soon. Okay, and this is a beneficial solution for a Butte fire reconstruction. There are people that, they're just waiting for an opportunity. Here's an opportunity. And then, and as you were correct, if you have a building permit for a house, you can live in the RV during construction. There's a lot of people that are involved in this component. The development agencies, by and large, sheriff's office, local vendors and contractors are really going to have to go out and sell this idea to make this as affordable as possible. And then there's one agency that I want to loop into this that isn't mentioned here, and that is Public Works, because we do have road and grading requirements, encroachment requirements. We want to make this as easy as possible. So he just heard my name. We'll be talking soon. Okay, impact on the budget. Cleanups cost money, and they cost a lot of money. And we often don't see an ability to recover the cost because the assessment means the value of the property. You're not going to get the value out of it and recover the cost. And here's some examples. We cleaned up a site on Rock Creek a couple years ago. The assessed value of that parcel is $723. We spent $29,000 between 2 abatements. Now, we
did 2 abatements. That was the cost of one.
Oh, that was the cost of one. Okay. So I don't know if your board is aware, but when we abate a nuisance, we do the least work possible to correct the violation at hand. So if it's a dangerous building, but it's only dangerous because the interior is hazardous to the occupants, we board it up. Okay, that's what we do. Even if it's ugly, we board it up. Now, people start breaking into it and now we have an attractive nuisance, now we may have to take the building down. So it's always the bare minimum. So we go out, we clean up the garbage that's immediate hazard, we leave, it's still an attractive nuisance, they dump more garbage, now we had to take it to the next step and we scrub the site. So you got a good before and after. Eliminates the attractive nuisance, eliminates people wanting to go dump out there because they know it's being watched now. We get a couple of years where maybe nobody touches it, the property could sell, and then it transitions into the hands of somebody who's going to maintain the property. Another good example, similar situation. This is on John Eve Trail, West Point. The assessed value is just over half of the cost of the cleanup. RVs, garbage, burned structures. It was because one nuisance remained to draw attention and everyone used it as a dump site. Now it's cleaned up. Everyone knows it's cleaned up. The owners know who's at play, and this problem has gone away. But we have some solutions to try and offset those costs. One of them is we are pursuing a grant now through Cal Recycle for cleanups. We have several sites that have been identified as cleanup sites for the acquisition of this grant. We checked on it today. It is still being reviewed, but we're being told that it is very hopeful that we are going to get that grant. That hopefully will give us about $150,000 for cleanup of several long-standing sites that need attention. So one other solution, some people don't have the money to clean up. They want someone to clean it up. But we have a process we have to follow. So we have to give them a notice of violation. Then we have to cite them. Then we have to charge them a fine. We have to start the clock on penalties. And then if they don't listen, then we have to go to your board. Then we have to get an abatement warrant. And so all of that extra time is expense. When we often get someone saying, can you guys just take it for me? Well, what if we can? So if we entered into a signed agreement between the property owner and the county to say they agree for the county is going to abate the nuisance and I'm going to be charged that as an assessment on my taxes, it bypasses all of the work to get to the assessment, which saves money, and we don't have to charge them as much because we didn't spend 6 months going through the process. We can just say, okay, if you sign here, we will get a contractor, we'll let you know what date we're gonna go clean up this dump site, and you will receive a bill. Once you see the bill, you acknowledge the bill, and then we assess that on your taxes. They agree to it, we're off to the races. So I've used this in other jurisdictions. It makes it a lot cleaner, especially when it's small cleanups where they just can't afford the extra, a couple $1,000s. I mean, a 30-yard roll-off, a full, what's that, charge to us is around $7,000? Yeah, so they can't afford that, but if it was on their taxes and they could break that in, it's assessed as real property on their taxes, they could enter into a payment plan with the tax collector, possibly. It's worth talking about. So we want to throw that idea out as something that we can do. And then, my favorite topic lately, judgments. When there's a really, really bad one, especially if it's egregious and we clean it up and they make it dirty again, and we clean it up and they make it dirty again. At some point, they can't maintain that property. It needs to go to someone else who will. If we lien it, similar to a mechanic's lien, for the abatement cost, give them 45 days to pay on the lien, we can go get a judgment on that unpaid amount. Now, I think it's wise that we set some thresholds for the value, because we don't want to go foreclosing on something that only owes $2,000. That's absurd. But for someone who's generated $40,000, $50,000, $100,000 on cleanups and are egregious, seeking a judgment and selling that property for the judgment, we can get that money back, and we can turn that property over to someone who is going to maintain the property. Now, I know this is kind of contentious because now we're deciding who gets to own property, you could say. but we're also eliminating a long-standing nuisance in a community as well. So I don't want to take I don't want to take this option off the table. In addition, if this person is one of those landlords that have a lot of parcels like this, the judgment is on the person for the value, which means that that's not the only parcel that we could sell to get that money back. A judgment can cross county lines, can cross state lines. We can find a way to encourage this person to comply. And this is a very strong method, granted. But, you know, what's a toolbox without a hammer? So, go ahead.
What about complete abandonment? So going back to the slide that you had on Rock Creek, they're out of state, they're not coming back. They've completely abandoned the property. So how would judgment work in a situation like that?
Or the property, if there's a judgment, I'm not certain, I mean, Sarah might be able to speak to that, but if they just abandon the property, I just assume it makes the process easier.
So typically, a money judgment can be recorded against a property if the person, you get a money judgment if they don't pay in cash within X amount of time, that can be recorded, but it's going to sit there as a lien on the property, not be something where you would actually, and so it would be an if and when the property sells type of thing, then you would get paid on the judgment.
There's my understanding is there's another process I want to explore with you, and that is that we can seek
Happy
judgment.
to explore.
Right. Yeah, it was something that came up several years ago when we were talking about illegal cannabis grows and what you can do to pursue them. So if there's an interest to seek further, now's the time.
I think before we discuss that in public, we should probably delve into the actual law on that before we really decide.
Yeah, and I mean,
Fair enough.
we're happy to work with
Yeah.
Doug on that.
Right now, is there an interest to pursue that? So that's just throwing it on the table.
I would like to learn more about that. That's a pretty heavy hammer.
It is.
But I don't think it should be taken off the table. Let's figure out what it's about.
Very good.
Big hammer.
So, several departments, once again, involved in that. Sheriff's Office, County Council, Tax Collector, name a few. Those are primaries. Our current funding as proposed in the 23-24 fiscal year, we have some recovery we're anticipating from abatement costs. The AVA fund, we're looking at $58,000 on that for a full-time FTE. Vacant property registration, we don't get a lot of that, so that there's not much revenue coming in there. We really hope to get that $150,000 in liens. Building reserves is really covering funding staff for specific jobs that kind of link to the permit process. What we've got posted here is remaining funding that would be taken up by the general fund is $279,000 roughly. However, based on the direction you guys give me, I intend to come back at the preliminary budget to make recommendations moving into a final budget. I don't know, I don't want to count on this number. This was just an idea. Sure.
Doug, how much money do we have tied up in liens or past abatements? We've been doing this for a lot of years. These properties don't turn over. Just sort of curious how much money is actually tied up currently.
That's an excellent question. I'm going to have to go back into the records and probably will go back 5 years and catch everything.
Could we forward that number to all the supervisors when
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Because I think we're all for cleaning things up. I'm just curious what our.
Yeah, we got a little something in every district.
What our
So,
actions-
yeah, if you want, do you want it broken down by district or just?
No, I think overall is good.
Okay, very good. We'll get that information to you. We'll start pulling it up right after this meeting. We'll get it to you as soon as we can get it all.
I mean, this is obviously going to be an ongoing project we're working on together, so.
Yeah, no, I agreed. I'll get that.
I see you're funding using building department reserves. What, does that leave you at zero on your reserves?
No.
Okay. That's just what you're taking out of the reserves as a portion for code compliance.
Well, I'm gonna correct my statement because currently, code compliance and building are on the same budget line. In the budget I submitted to you is a pretty tragic budget because of the environment right now, the economic environment, and I am going to recommend several things to modify the budget. The building reserves will be tapped out if I don't make changes. This is a component of that, and so that will have to be, once again, as a result of the discussion we have here, I'm going to bring you some better solutions that include changes in my budget. Part of that is admitting that I made an error in merging the code compliance budget with the building department budget. I'm owning that. I had thought that was going to be a good solution. As it turns out, it was not ideal. And so and now I understand why it's changed 2 or 3 times over the course of history, because you get a new building official and they think this is a great idea. And then the next year they think, wow, that was a bad idea. So at least this time it'll be on record. So maybe when I retire, the next person comes in and looks at it and doesn't make the same mistake I made. So there will be some changes to try and rectify that. So I squirreled for a moment there, but I didn't want anybody understanding. When I say building reserves, that isn't tapping it out. There's other factors involved that are tapping out my building reserves, and I'll explain that fully June 13th. Okay.
I had a question on the cost recovery and fines. What is the legal on like interest rates for payment? So if we were to go into a payment where they're paying the fees over time on an abatement, like the tax assessment, what would the interest, can we legally also charge the interest rate? Because in my past experience, we have, or if they miss a payment back to the government on the lien or the abatement process.
They have to pay their taxes, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, to the extent it's wrapped up with taxes, there are penalties, obviously, for not paying that. I don't believe there's interest, but we'll look at that.
Yeah, it depends on the tax collector is going to be the expert on that, right? Yeah, so I don't have a good answer on that.
Okay, because in the past, with a contract that I've seen come across with code compliance on abatement, there's been, interest rate, or then you can then follow up with a judgment of lack of payment, and then you take the property. So I just was curious where the county stood on that versus other jurisdictions.
So as it pertains to the code compliance action itself, we don't charge interest. We do have, if the violation is ongoing, you have a daily fine for that. But that isn't an interest, it's a fine for being in violation.
And we don't lien for fines.
Right. We can't lien for fines, so it's just our cost to perform the service. Okay, so we did focus blight on the tourism corridors because we have been listening, and there is an interest to make sure that we encourage tourism in the county. So we've kind of ran that direction with our focus on trying to eliminate blight in the county. It's going to require a lot of cooperation from several different agencies. And I do want to say that Sabrina made a good comment here that beauty's in the eye of the beholder. There are some cultural differences in our county that might be viewed as ugly in other parts of the world, but are just part of our culture. Having 5 or 6 tractors spaced out across your field with tall grass growing around them, that isn't abandoned vehicles. That is a art display or, just showing off your antiques. So we fully recognize that there are things out there that could generate, I don't want anybody thinking that we're going to go out there and clean up people's farm equipment or, go after things that that are cultural staples in a rural environment. We want to look for those things that are attractive nuisances that make a person, when they drive into the county, not want to turn around and drive back out, okay? So that being said, what we have here is a map where we just kind of highlighted in red. We didn't give any specific road names, but you can see, you can get an idea of which areas of the main thoroughfares we currently know there is blight. But we are not a proactive enforcement, we are complaint driven. So if there's a pile of wrecked cars, or there's there's garbage piling up, or we know that that's a substandard house, if there's no complaints on it, we are not enforcing currently. And those are just, like I said, the major roadways. Okay, and it's, as you can tell, it's not the whole corridor. There's just certain little areas where we know, we drive by and we're like, ooh, but it's not proactive. So we wait for the complaint.
I just want to make sure that these are areas that we drive by, and I understand why we need to take care of these high visibility areas. But that's not at the detriment currently to other projects that might have health and safety issues or other things going on.
Correct. We will still prioritize them the same way, but we,
They get that extra
we'll
point
get
for being
into
in the
that.
corridor. And,
Right.
Because I
Right.
know that, certainly 26th, we get thousands of visitors every day. Granted, it's not the grape stomp, but we do have lots of events up in West Point,
Mhm.
hair races and other things.
Right,
So,
right.
tourism corridor.
Oh, yeah, we'll dig a little deeper into this. We're,
Push it farther.
Doug, could I ask you, would it be possible, I know we've talked about several properties, to get a list of properties in the district so that I'm not calling you on ones that you already know about? And if it's possible to know what their number is and how long they've been on the list, that would be great too.
And as far as being addressed by code compliance?
Yeah.
Is that what, yeah, in the
Yeah.
past, we were emailing district supervisors when we issued a notice.
Okay, but I just, historically, I mean, for example, there was a burned out house that wasn't on the record that, again, I'm getting a lot of complaints, but if you're already aware of it and where it is in the process, I don't want to be calling you again about it.
Yeah.
yeah, no, we can share that information.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, give us a call. We're happy to help. Go ahead, sir.
I'm looking at that, the red down inside District 5 there, that's not all 26, or, I mean, we need to define tourism corridors.
Right.
And for clarity.
Yeah.
And I think there's one road out in Paloma, we definitely need to get rid of the tractors on the property, so.
Trust me, it's high on my priority list.
All right, so I'm gonna skip this one and go back to it because it seems that this one's more important. We say tourism corridors, but so there's a lot more roads than the main highways that can be considered tourism corridors, and that's something we wanted to throw out to your board as an idea. And we kind of highlighted here because any one of our water features, we're generating tourism. But then we also have 4th of July parades, and we have the grape stomp, and we have logging jamborees, and we have, there's a lot of things that every community is doing. So technically, any township center, the main roadway to get there could be considered a tourism corridor for removing blight. And I want to point to one that's near and dear to my heart because I live right down the street from it. If you're in Modesto and you want to get to Railroad Flat, it's going to take you right up Jesus Maria. And you're not going to know it living in Modesto that is a one-lane road. And you're also going to be very surprised if you look off the side of the road and you see a washing machine full of bullet holes. Okay, so I'm throwing that out as an example, or half a jet ski pushed off the side of the hill. Okay, so if you're riding up a one-lane road that you already are scared to death because you come from a city and are not familiar with that, and then you start seeing this stuff, as soon as you hit any side road, you're probably going to turn around. Okay, so these roadways are what we identified as, if you're going to any event in this township, these roads should be added to that list of corridors that we need to clean up. So that's just, like I said, a recommendation. Be proactive in these regions. Okay, that's the recommendation, but what does proactive mean? I'm not talking about going after every type of case, and I'm not talking about going after every type of parcel. What we're talking about is specific case types that have risen to a level where we need to deal with them, and represent an attractive nuisance or a deterrent to tourism. So in that case, substandard housing, and once again, I'd expand that, substandard housing, dangerous buildings, things that people want to go in and take pictures of. There is a culture out there of people that when they see a wrecked building, they will trespass, they will enter the building, they will take pictures of everything, and they'll put themselves in harm's way. I've witnessed that myself. I haven't participated though, let's be clear. But I've seen it. So, junk and debris accumulation, abandoned vehicle abatement. Do we want to deal with RV situations in these tourism corridors as well? Do we want to give them a priority? These are things that we want to discuss because it is important that if we're going to reduce blight, we can't wait for the complaint. We have to see it, recognize it for what it is, and deal with it. And these case types are generally the ones that draw the most attention and make people say, why would someone want to live here? Right? So that's really what the biggest component of what we're asking for is, do you want proactive? Are these reasonable case types to go after? And then, go ahead.
I have a question here, and it kind of goes back to when we were talking, it was brought up. The boat, say on Highway 12, that's Caltrans easement.
Mm-hmm.
So are we, some of these vehicles, are we towing out of Caltrans easement? Do we contact Caltrans and tell them there's an abandoned vehicle in your easement? Can you get rid of it? Can you come clean it up? Because right now they're going down through there mowing and cutting all through their easements and that.
Mowing around the boat?
Well, they haven't got down that far, but I anticipate by the end of this week, they're down that far.
Mm-hmm.
But they do clean up highways, and we should be notifying them at least first to see if they're going to come out and tow those vehicles or even get rid of this boat. It's in their easement.
Right.
Before we take, charge of it and get rid of it simply because it's blight. And that's a corridor people go up, it's even on your map, to get up here, and so we need to keep it clean and look clean, and we do a pretty good job. But I think we need to contact at least District 10 offices and tell them, hey, can you come and pick up something that's in your easement?
We do contact Caltrans and Public Works when appropriate, and CHP as well, and they refer stuff back to us. The right-of-ways aren't so much an issue on the corridors as the private parcels and the difficulty maintaining some kind of, I don't want to say continuity, but a flow of not blight.
We have to have a response should they not have the funding or the staffing to do it. If they say, that's not in our budget for the next 6 months, are we going to let a boat sit there for 6 months?
No, and I totally agree, but I think at least contact them and tell them, hey, this is in your easement. We have complaints from neighbors or, and I think you go back to a presentation earlier today at Clean California, with the dump sites that we're going to be doing, the free dump sites, or free, that wasn't the proper word anymore, but recycle, that they're aware of. And I think if we do contact them, they will at least jump on it, at least right now with the current budget that they're using to clean the roads out.
Well, this is a good test opportunity, so we can contact the investigator who's on that route, see if he's already contacted them. If not, put a stopwatch on it.
Absolutely, happy to.
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay.
Sorry, Doug, I have a question on this. When you're talking about coordinating and working with other departments, one of the concerns I have with that is how do we get through the HOAs and other communities that are regulated by their own rules internally in communities to get rid of some of this stuff. For example, like an abandoned car on an empty lot in Poker Flat. You know, there seems to be a misunderstanding of those communities not understanding they need to go through the HOAs before the county would step in. So how do we educate those that live in the HOAs to go through that process before hitting this?
Well, what we need to do is communicate better to the HOAs first, and then provide and you know, listen to what their needs are, explain the process and the layers, and then put it into a process that they can implement, so that we can then reach out to the individual property owners. So I've done a little bit of that in a couple of our HOAs where they've had significant confusion over, you know, hey, when do you step in and what can you do for us? And so we sit down in one of their board meetings and we give them a presentation and we explain what we can do, what you should start with, and then where the line is where we don't have the authority to act, so that there's no misunderstanding. And those often are pretty well attended. And then moving beyond that, just making sure that we have handouts that can communicate effectively to the neighborhood that these are the things that you can call us for, and we're happy to do. Here are the things that are within your CC&Rs that we can't affect, that should go through your HOA board. And that's part of the outreach that's on this slide here, is just getting out to the public, to affected homes and businesses, and then interacting with the HOAs. So I guess if there's an interest for us to proactively reach out to as many HOAs as possible and work out a communication system, that's something we can entertain. I see one person nodding.
I don't want more work for you guys, but it just seems like that's one of the most common questions I get in my district, and I just wish I could just divert them to maybe a website where it just breaks down step 1, 2, and 3. You know what I mean? It is
So I'm
something I can
hearing
just
enhance
give
our
to them.
website.
Yeah, I'm just using that as an example. You know, is there just a flyer that just breaks it down? Because that's I get asked that all the time. And I sometimes even have to remember what the steps are and go back and look up on the county website. There's no like quick guide onto that. And I don't want to make it more work. We guys are going in, but just something that at least we can use, because we're your PR, you know, somewhat of your messaging, that it makes it easier to get that out.
It's clear that we do need to improve our messaging to the public.
I'm all in favor of improving messaging for the public, but when it comes to HOAs and their CC&Rs, I do not want the county going outside and starting to do the work for them to enforce their CC&Rs.
No, agreed.
And overstepping. I know that's already there, but I don't want it to get confused in the future, because that does create more work for you. And a lot of times, those HOAs with their questions are trying to route in the fact that they want you to do their work for them.
Agreed. There needs to be a clear line.
Make every house pink for them, okay?
Right. Garbage cans in by 10 a.m. every day.
Yeah. Okay. So part of, there's, once again, a lot of people involved when we're coordinating in tourism corridors. We're going to need some GIS information. The sheriff's office is going to be a key element in understanding some of the blight concerns, because if it's concentrated enough, it becomes criminal activity drawn to it. So we're going to be using them a lot. Environmental management, if there's anything regarding hazardous waste or sewage, any type of hazardous scenario, we're going to be communicating with them and coordinating with them over it. Our fire districts are also very vocal when they see something that is a potential hazard. And I will say we led with the Visitors Bureau, because they've been very open about what type of tourism is out there, and I know it is a priority of your board to try and attract more people to those destinations. So it's going to be important that we link in them with them in an official capacity and say, okay, guys, where are you seeing problems that we might be able to help with? So that's gonna be an important.
Economic development should have been on that list too.
Yes.
That's my fault. Sorry about that.
I would imagine that in addition to Visitors Bureau, which of course should be consulted, economic development,
Mhm.
probably many other community groups. Not just, we're not nominating.
Yeah, Chamber of-
Chambers,
We're not making
okay.
one the spokesperson for the others.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a group effort for, we all have, I think, the same goal and vision at the end of the day.
Very good. Okay, in summary, and I apologize, we did run kind of late on this, but we got some very good feedback. To summarize, there's some yes or no questions, or at least some what level do you want this service questions. One, for our revision to 806, does your board have interest in having us word it to where when they fail to appeal, we can act without coming back to your board for an abatement? Is this something that you are comfortable with us pursuing?
Now, when we do this, this is the abatement, we're talking about putting an assessment, tax assessment to get repaid, not the greater than.
No, this is, should we cite them for an activity and they do not appeal and they do not remedy it, is your board comfortable with us just acting to abate the nuisance? We will still bring the assessment to your board.
The board, yeah, right. The board has to approve any lien or assessment. So this would be to perform the abatement, not to recoup the costs in that manner.
Correct.
You get our consent packets, our packets on consent before we can even go get a warrant and do anything. So that would take out that step. We go clean up and then we come back for the lien.
It makes sense to me, but I think there should be a threshold on cost, because if we, in certain cases, if we aren't realizing a $100,000 abatement in some radical case, I think that definitely should come to the board in that sense. So like, let's say, that threshold be $40,000 or something like that in those scenarios where if it's going to cost over a certain amount, we definitely need to weigh
That's a
the
good-
cost to our budget until we realize that.
Is it fair to say that if we stay within our abatement budget, that's fair? If we set 150,000, because we're not going to be asking your board for $400,000 just to take out blight. It's going to have to be this is a year-by-year process, so I may ask for 150. If I say that I have a $150,000 budget for the year and we hit the highest priorities and we run out after 2 or 3 sites, we have taken the biggest problems out of the community. Is that fair to say, or do you want to set a threshold for any abatement, or we take it to your board and say this has exceeded 50,000? Do you want us to pursue it?
If it's like a health and human safety issue, I feel like that really, that you can put a dollar amount on that and you need to address it as soon as possible. But on some of the other things, I don't know. I don't want to make it harder for you guys to get through and do your work, but it's just concerning because there's so much out there. And then I don't want it to end up where you come in 6 months, you said you've done all this stuff and you need something and we supported to put you in a position that it's not good and it ends up being a negative way. And I don't want to put you in that position.
So would it be fair to say that if we identify that if the case is related to health and public safety, accumulation of garbage, substandard housing, and the like, that we could act? Otherwise, you want us to bring forward anything unrelated to that?
I don't think, at least from my point, no. Because, we've done, how many cases have we all worked on together? And, people just keep playing this game out. They're making progress, they're playing upon your goodwill. Oftentimes, they'll go out and weed whack for 5 minutes and say, I made progress. Technically, they did. That's not really what the spirit of what we're trying to do. I worry that we could blow past the budget really fast in a lot of these projects, but I also think they need to move forward. So I guess I'm okay. Initially, I'm okay with you just going and doing what you're proposing. I do share the concerns about, we've got a couple sites that we're all aware of that. I don't know how long we're paying for to get cleaned up. They're huge.
Okay, so.
I don't know how to answer.
Fair.
I just want to add one thing. I agree with them And I'm sure if you run out of money, you're going to come before the board and take a 4/5 vote, put more money or change money from one area to the other anyway. But I would like to be, before you do that, advance notice to us, or if it's in our district, that you're going to be doing this. They have, they didn't.
Okay.
Go through the process and we're about to do it. At least we're notified of it and we can at least maybe talk to the owner one last time or whatever, but just at some advance notice to each supervisor if it's in their district.
Right.
And that's something that we've talked about before. I don't know if we've asked for it to stop or if, you just aren't doing anything in my district.
No.
It was like, because I saw the red. I did see the red.
Oh, there is. Yeah. No, that's absolutely reasonable. That we can figure out at what point that would happen so that you would be comfortable with giving them enough notice. But yeah, I think what it sounds like, we'll start sending those
Or whether, hey,
notices
next
out.
week we're going out there, because they didn't appeal it and we need to get rid of it and clean it up. That's fine, just that we have some advance notice in our district. The rest of it, not bring it to the board, you guys doing your job. I think you guys do an excellent job, and I think you could cover it. If you have some issues with funding, again, you'll be coming before the board anyway and say, hey, we've got this many properties, we've done this, and do you want us to do it this year or wait for the budget next year or what have you, so.
So we'll be using discretion to get as many abatements done as possible within the budget, and then should something arise that is beyond the budget, or a single thing rises to the level of it's going to torpedo the rest of our efforts to get this done, I should bring that forward to your board for discussion before I make that decision.
That's what I'm asking.
I think we're all,
Yeah.
very good.
Yes.
We all agree on.
I think it
Very
would be
good.
helpful to staff too, to not have to make those judgment calls and leave it to the board. So I'm all for it.
If I see something ugly, you'll know about it.
The other thing about the advance notice, I do like that comment from Gabe, because sometimes we know these individuals and what is going on. So for example, Martin wasn't here yet, but there was an abatement in both districts, in Marita and I, and we both knew that the individuals that had to take over no longer lived in the state because it had been passed down to the kids, and they were going through putting the family in a home, and there was just a lot going on in the family. So we were able to work with code compliance until the son was able to get back into California to deal with the health and safety issue of what that was. But in the meantime, we did say, go ahead and red flag it so no one's living in the place. But in terms of the cleanup, they needed to get back to California and do that. And that was a success story where we were able to work with them. But you wouldn't have known that if we hadn't told you what the situations were. So I think each of us know what's going on in our community and can say, yeah, go for it, or hold on, we just heard this, and, let me call the owner and see
Well,
what's
that level
going
of
on.
communication is vital. So I expect that we'll be contacting you regularly.
You'll be sick of us.
All right.
Okay.
You got enough information on that one?
Thank you.
Think so.
Yes. Tenant relocation assistance, do you want us to put that into the code compliance ordinance?
I don't know about the rest of the board members. I'm a little bit mixed on that because as you point out, what's going on right now with other things that people play a game and move and do all kinds of things. I think if we do it, it has to be really tight control because you might run into a situation where a tenant deliberately does something to property just because they know this program exists and they want to get the money and move out and they don't want to live there anymore because of the landlord or whatever, and start utilizing it for what it's not intended to be.
No, you're correct. The enforcement, the officer moves from determining if there's a violation to, once it's determined, he has to identify who is at fault. And then, and that's new. I mean, but there is a due process component to that. And it's not outside of our purview to make that determination, especially when there's multiple people involved in said violation. So if your board is not feeling this right now, we can move to improving our notices to identify when we feel that the tenant is, we can let them know if they qualify or not, and then they can go through the civil process with the landlord and they can duke it out in court over that amount. But that means that that's the current process. We would just enhance the information we provide to them and maybe enhance the information to find contacts to get legal representation or seek other benefits to help them, get through that process.
Yeah, and I understand completely what you're trying to do here, and I don't disagree with that. I just want to make sure that we have the things in place to identify, and it's not just being played, and you end up with the same tenant 8 months down the road doing the same thing, and
That's a really good point.
Right. Well, and the benefit to putting it in the ordinance is that it's there when we need it. If we don't fund it, then we don't use it, but the mechanism is there. Currently, there's zero mechanism. We could decide to do it, and then a budget is bad, and we say, okay, we can't afford to provide that. That is within our purview to do. So we can have it or not, we can put it in and decide not to use it. My gut tells me that if there's a mechanism that needs to be enacted in order for us to take advantage of a state requirement or a state allowance, better to have it in there and not use it than to need it and not have it.
Yeah, and this will come back to us once it's all done, and we'd be able to talk about it and have some changes. We don't like certain things you put in there, we like things and want to add something, whatever, so.
And I can reach out to other jurisdictions and see if they've dealt with that issue, do some homework there.
From my position, I mean, it shows a great heart on behalf of your department, not wanting to hurt people that aren't victims. Gary brought up a good point. People can game this. We could also end up for years in litigation trying to get money out of some of these recalcitrant landlords. That's a challenge. What I'd like to see when you guys come back is an understanding with Health and Human Services as to how their programs can pull in. I understand that they have certain requirements, but if you're going to get public assistance, nothing's for free. So I know that might include things like pets or other programs that they have available. So I'd like them to be a full partner in this, and then we can consider this type of program as the ultimate last gasp, just keep someone off the street.
Got it.
But for the most part, if you're in substandard housing and this county's offering you Project Room Key or other programs to get you into the programs to help set you up, you should take advantage of those programs first, rather than, what you guys are offering is something that's extraordinarily heartfelt. We want to make sure it's got an outcome on it too.
Very good, thank you.
What those two said, now you have three, let's go on. No, I wasn't trying to dismiss anybody else's opinion. I think they both covered it pretty well, though.
Very good, thank you. So cost recovery, how does your board feel about assessing a case management fee if they ask for an extension of time? What would that look like? How much time would trigger a case management fee?
In my opinion, there's a lot to discuss on this particular item, because what is the fee? Do we have to go through a fee schedule to set it up?
So the current fee we do have is, if it's a substandard housing case, I believe it's 180.
804?
804, and then for the lesser average code violation, it's like 400.
The lowest one is 461, and then I think about 665 for a no permit one, maybe. So they range, but yeah, it depends on case type.
So it depends on that, and so if you give me a violation and you give me 30 days to clean it up, and I say I need another 6 months or whatever, then I would pay the 400 or the 200, whatever, for that 6 months.
Yes.
And then you also had on there that it could be a year.
Well, that was for the RV.
That was for the RV.
Yeah.
I think I'm not opposed to it. But I think it could be on a case-by-case situation.
Yeah.
A case by
Reasonable,
case, because another game situation could be coming up here, but, so I'm not opposed to it, it just has to be dealt with on a case.
Well, there's also legal considerations. So for instance, the garbage site, I need 2 more months. Well, no, the law says 7 days, so we're not going to give that to you. So there's some legal considerations on every one of these. So I agree with you, this should be a case-by-case basis.
Because I can think of a couple cases in my district that there was huge amounts of garbage and the guy was doing stuff to clean it up, but it just needed more of that time because there was so much there. This had been a few years ago, but eventually he got it done. So,
And it also would need to be somewhat case by case in as much as the fees obviously need to be reflective of the costs incurred by the county in terms of the work that we're having to do.
True.
Fair.
I mean, because we do have, there's some costs associated with us having to go back out.
Even mailing fees, we have to send everything certified and regular, and that is getting to be about $10 just to send one notice, so just stuff to consider.
Okay.
I agree. I actually think that this would help motivate people to get things done. I mean, I know one case where your officer's been out there 4 or 5 times and just keep moving a few pieces of material every time they visit. That's a lot. That's gaming us and wasting taxpayer dollars.
Right.
So, yeah.
Doug, didn't you say that you used this program before successfully? Or did I get that wrong?
The case management fee?
Yeah.
No.
Okay,
No, we
that's
haven't,
new.
we have done that.
Okay.
Okay.
Discretion, I agree.
Discretion. Okay. Moving forward. Very good. Thank you. RV dwelling issue, we have the 2 items. Temporary hardship permits for RVs. Do you want us to work with council and planning to come up with a solution?
Definitely explore that, please. We need to find out more information on the law with state guidelines, so let's explore that.
And I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I do have one thing that maybe can be explored too, is could this be a temporary thing to see how it works before we make it
Like
permanent?
a pilot program?
A pilot type program? to
Yes.
see,
That's what
I don't know, for a
absolutely.
year or whatever, to see how it's working out and is it doing good, is doing what it's supposed to be doing, or is it?
Well, I think that's actually a good idea to move something forward that we could have your board vote on that gives it a sunset date as a trial period, because it is going to be something we're doing that would modify zoning ordinance in order to even allow. So having a sunset period to say, we're going to try this, and then we're going to bring it back to your board to see if we can make it permanent. I think that's a very good idea.
I think that would be good, in my opinion.
Okay.
I agree on the sunset. I guess there's the world we want and the world we have. And the world we have has a lot of people in this situation, and we don't have housing.
It's a tightrope walk every day doing this job.
So I think if we could find some way to bring these people into compliance, those are, because it's life and safety, but it is the reality. And so I think that this is a reasonable approach to do it. It's a lot better than coming in and trying to take on every single one and then compounding our housing problems. But I would like everybody to transition, but I'm sure they would too.
Very well, thank you. Sir.
I'm not sure if the rest of the board would agree with this, but it's a thought, because in a lot of other states, you do see that single trailer on a pad with the proper, things for septic and everything out in the middle of a big, big ranch, right? In certain instances, maybe if the boards want to look at it on large pieces of property with huge setbacks under those right conditions, would we consider a single trailer on a pad as long as it was under the permitted process?
We can look into that further. I will say that I have had conversations with the codes and standards section of housing and community development at the state. On the surface, their thought is, and because we have a rural dwelling ordinance that allows you to use alternate materials and alternate methods to have a home. When I broached the idea, well, why couldn't you just take an RV, put it on a foundation system and call it a home? And they said, well, that's not a home, that's an RV. at the state, there's some linear thinking about trigger points, and as soon as it's registered with DOT, even if you take it out of DOT, there's a whole nother process, and they really does not compute to them. So it would be a challenge to make that fly and be able to put that on file with the state as legal, but it's worth looking into. Okay, well, thank you. And pre-approved plans as a means to allow people to temporarily stay on the property, I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up. Okay, very good.
I have one comment on that. I'm for it. I think it's a great idea. I think we need to go also in a future date at metal buildings. Pre-approved plan for metal buildings.
Pre-approved?
Well, just like we have here, if we have, pre-approved plans for a metal building, and then the metal building manufacturers and those engineers know what we have pre-approved, they can design it for that. Because there's a lot of issues right now that we get about metal buildings. They're pre-engineered and it's taken so long. So, I think we have a set of pre-approved metal buildings. I think it'd be beneficial to our constituents.
Okay, I'll be bringing your board an item related to those structures.
Doug, I agree with everything you just said. Can we also consider when we look at preview plans, I prefer a stick-brick building because it puts more people to work locally for a longer period of time, but I also have a housing crisis.
Right.
Not as many people swinging a hammer as they used to. So can we, when you talk to your vendors, you may want to see if there's anybody who has a manufactured ADU that might fit our standards. If there was such a thing, they could just drop it behind our house.
We have had some discussions regarding alternate material products, like there's an individual out there who is trying to open a business to create storage container homes. So there is some there's new codes in place in the residential code that allows an individual to take a storage container without engineering and turn it into a home. And there's potential there, but there's also people willing to convert into manufacturing plants to actually make modular storage container homes that just roll out and bolt together, and you've got a facility. Things like that. I've had a brief conversation regarding someone who might be able to do roll out stick frame small buildings for residences, but they would be, this is all very preliminary, but we're thinking forward on that. So let me see if we can goose that a bit and get some more horsepower out of it.
It's just keep your antenna open.
Yeah, very good, thank you. Okay, anything else before the tourism component? Okay, so do we want proactive case initiation on the case types that we had mentioned, substandard housing, especially within the tourism corridors? Do we want to pursue proactive investigation?
Just so I'm clear, so this, we have the way things have been working, which is complaint driven. So this would mean Sabrina's driving down the road and she sees something, she has the discretion to choose whether to enforce that or not.
Correct. We're going to go out and we're going to get in a car and we're going to go up a tourism corridor and we're going to be looking for nuisances that are attractive, blight-related nuisances.
We're not going to get many invitations to dinner like that.
And just to be totally clear, while we are very much complaint-driven, primarily complaint-driven, even now, if you happen to be driving somewhere, you see something, we don't have to turn a blind eye because we haven't received a complaint. I think the question here is whether there would be more of an affirmative looking, a switch to that, correct?
Well, let's clarify that further. Because there's been some long-standing, when I first came on board here, I think it was made very clear that code compliance was complaint-driven, and that we weren't going out and looking for trouble. However, that being said, in the course of duties, a building inspector, if they see work without permits, they're going to pull over. If there's an obvious health and safety hazard, if there's smoke coming out of out of a building, or there's an electrical panel making sparks or something, that we're going to enforce on that, because if there's a risk to the public, we're going to respond.
Correct. I just wanted to make it clear that the fact that we're complaint driven is out of necessity and custom, not because legally we can't take action if we don't get a complaint or something like that.
We're meeting the needs as directed by the board. As soon as your board decides, start going out there and looking for these things and stopping them, then that's what we will do.
I'm sorry. I fully understand what your conversation just had. That's the way I've always understood it, from my experience in the past. Not that I was me that got the code compliance issue, but no. What you're doing right now, your code compliance individuals are busy constantly. Your budget only goes so far every year. You're apparently spending it all. I don't need to pile more onto you. That you don't need to go looking for more work than you're already getting. And you're going to be able to cite those areas that are, the biggest worry of the communities, whether they're on tourism corridors and doing this or not.
I agree.
And chances are we have complaints on the big ticket items anyway. Yeah.
Okay, very good. No proactive enforcement. Would you like us to add a priority point to our triage for tourism corridors?
We already do have the high visibility rating, but this would just be an enhancement, like, oh, this is right on the way to Murphy's, or this is right outside of Moke Hill, right downtown Moke Hill or something.
I do like the point. I understood the point system as you said it. Like you're saying, high tourism corridors, like instead of 1 point, it would be 2 points or something, adding to the overall priority scale. If there's a complaint put in on it and it's something that you've seen on the way of things, I'm fine in that situation. I think that definitely these are areas that are important to us overall in the county.
Right.
It's this definition of tourism corridors.
I think if they start parking RVs and camping on downtown Murphy's.
Well, that's what the other steps we've talked about today, it will make our job easier and we'll be able to be more effective, and we won't, need to be proactive. So, yeah, very good. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, well, yes, thank you very much for your input. We will start moving forward on the items you have directed us to entertain, and we'll be bringing you some more presentations in the near future.
You'll be hearing from us.
Thank you. This is important to our constituents.
Yeah.
And about this probably more than anything else.
Right here, I appreciate the way you've navigated the proposal on 8.06 right now, as opposed to the way I saw it go down last time. It's very good, so I appreciate you navigating it this way.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. We'll give you a couple minutes to scram. You almost, we have public comments. Do we have any public comments in the room? No. Do we have any online?
No, I do not.
None online. Okay. We'll close public comments. Thank you very much. All right. We'll move on to supervisor announcements. In compliance with Government Code 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on any meetings attended at the expense of the local agency and may make other announcements or report out. We'll start with Supervisor Hubbard.
I would just like to reiterate what Mary Beth said. Favorite time of year is the fair. Amazing 4 days, and well done, Chair, for the Ms. Calaveras emceeing.
Oh, thank you. Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you. I attended our CRC board meeting up in Butte County since our last meeting. Obviously, frog jump and camera meetings. And I would also like to thank Supervisor Toffenali for leading us on the frog jump despite letting the trophy go to the city over there.
Yeah.
But you fought hard.
Thank you. Supervisor Fallendorf.
This Thursday at 6 o'clock, I'll be having a town hall on the Copper Community Plan. Doug, Gabriel, a couple other staff will be there to attend that. And then Saturday, actually, I think it goes into 2 districts, District 4 and District 3. Community will be doing a cleanup on Red Hill Road and out to Camp 9.
Supervisor Stopper.
I was in the background watching UMC for a majority of it, you know, but good job, Mr. Toffenelli. I appreciate you representing us the way you did. CSCDD met this last week. We're moving forward. We got SURF being implemented through the Sierra Business Council. We also have some broadband money coming in. And multiple other large sums of money that actually have administrative parts to the grants that are going to be bringing money for a certain amount of, you know, staffing for CSEDD. Now, I'm going to bring it forward to that board there, but I'm looking at contract work so we don't have to deal with what we had to deal with in the past with, you know, having employees underneath a JPA that we have to worry about, you know, potential you know, unfunded liability and those type of things end up costing counties into the future. So, you know, but we do need this good work to be facilitated at the same time. So contractual work seems the way I'm pushing for us to go, and we'll be bringing that in front of that board. So I'm looking out for our interests of Calaveras County into the future, at the same time getting the good work done. That's it.
And yes, I did MC Ms. Calaveras, and it was a great time. It was great. We had 8 contestants, and every one of them were talented and just great young ladies. And I also jumped a frog. Yes, I did. I attempted to, but I think it was rigged. The frog that I got jumped backwards. So it was,
did they bring it from Tuolumne County?
I was handed a frog and said, here you go. And I jumped the frog that I was given. And so, but I did have a conversation with Rebecca Callan, and I had a conversation with Jennifer about, since this became an annual event between the board chair and the mayor of Angels Camp, and I think Amanda and I were the initial ones that did it.
You still owe me lunch.
I was telling them maybe we should put together a trophy. And much like the Bret Hart High School and Calaveras High School have the trophy, yeah. And so maybe we put together a trophy, and then if we win it, we can put it here and they can put it in town hall. At least it'd be some type of competition there for the trophy. So I thought I'd bring it up, and maybe we can do that and have a conversation about it later. But it has become an annual event. So, and I still do owe you lunch, but you owe me a couple beers anyway, so. So with that, that's all I have to report. We'll turn it over to our CEO, the great and powerful Teresa Hitchcock.
I can get my mic on.
There you go.
There it goes. Well, I'm happy to report that the budget is ready to be picked up by all board members. So you'll have access to that to go through it, and we'll be meeting with each of you to go through the highlights of the budget and to answer any questions you might have prior to budget hearings.
Thank you very much for getting it done in advanced time. We got like 3 weeks before, so yes, thank you very much. We have some time to look at it.
It is still very long, although I think that we've done a good job in reducing it a little bit. There's a lot more information in the budget book. I think that you're going to find it very helpful.
Thank you. Miss County Council, nothing? Okay, well, that's it. Then we will stand adjourned.